Chat. Chat, chat, chat. Damn, spot it. What the heck is this thing? It's up 200%. Little biotech. Goodness. I haven't looked at Datadog in a long time. How's that been doing? Mostly flat. Resistance at like 190, but still looks pretty bullish. 45 billion? Datadog, huh? What does that look like? Isn't that a Chinese company, though? No, it's not. Maybe. Might be. Let's see. Oh, that's crushing. Not really. Seems overvalued, though. What's up, Muma? How you doing, bro? Goodyear's down 13%. It's crazy because 13% moves and not... Oh, it was over $10, I forgot. I was gonna say, that's not a very big move for a small stock like that. But it was actually bigger than I thought. Yeah. Alright, let's see what we got on the news front. Obviously, you got earnings today. You had Coke in the morning. Gilead Science, Robinhood, which is what we'll cover. Ford. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be covering Robinhood, though, which sucks. Zillow. Red Rock, Lyft, Mattel. I was going to cover Lyft, but the stock's pretty flat. Pretty much all the stocks that are flat for the most part that are reporting today. And a lot of those are too small. So not much on the earnings front. Obviously, you got a lot of earnings, but nothing exciting. Utilities and real estate, materials leading the way today. Financials are down. Consumer discretionary is almost 1% as well. So not much there. I haven't looked at these charts in quite a while, even though I basically have all of them on my Thinkorswim. These ones are like more future type things, I would say. Yeah, consumer discretionary might. That's interesting. Consumer discretionary is actually at a low, so you might see a bounce soon. You might see a lot of consumer discretion stocks like Gamestop and Target start ripping. Maybe. I mean, we'll see. Looks bullish, but it's been selling off for a little bit here. So that's kind of interesting, kind of notable. What's up, Rosh? How you doing, bro? Consumer staples have pretty much only been going up. Energy probably, yeah, energy's at all-time highs basically. Same with financials are, I forgot, they hit all-time highs last month. Healthcare is pretty much flat at all-time highs, it looks like. Let's see. Yeah, basically at all-time highs. Which is kind of weird because a lot of healthcare stocks are pretty low, I think. I honestly haven't looked, but I think like UNH and The insurance type ones are low. Maybe not the actual real healthcare businesses. Industrials obviously at all-time highs. How's UPS doing? I haven't looked at UPS in a while. That was undervalued for a long time. Yeah. Doing decent now. I haven't looked at their fundamentals in a while. But that's interesting. Hit the 2020 bottom basically and only been going up since. Tech probably at all-time highs. No, it's actually been flat. That actually makes sense. But basically at all-time highs. It's just been flat for the past like 6 months to a year. 6 months it looks like. Yeah, basically flat for 6 months. Materials probably at all-time highs. Yep, not a surprise there. Real estate, I don't know. Real estate should be flat. Real estate's starting to break out though. That's actually very notable. Very notable. Real estate's been flat for over a year now. And now you're finally starting to get... That'd be crazy if real estate did like a silver move and everyone's houses went up a lot in value. That would be wild. I mean, I could see it. Even without obviously interest rates going down would be more of a factor in that playing out, but it's not even at all-time highs. 2022 was all-time highs. That makes sense. That was when interest rates were the lowest, and then you started increasing rates through 23, and now you're slowly starting to cut rates, so you should start seeing this go back up. But that's pretty interesting actually. Very interesting. Because, yeah, that's 2022-ish was about the lows of interest rates, if I'm not mistaken. So that chart definitely correlates with interest rates very well. And the past, year and a half, interest rates have been flat. Real estate has also been flat. Kind of interesting. So maybe you won't get a breakout on real estate. Maybe that'll be more factored by interest rates, but it would be interesting to see if real estate became like a meme. Real estate became a meme stock. And utilities are basically highs. Should have bought a house when I was 5. I mean, right now is probably the best time you've had in years to buy real estate. Realistically. So I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. You haven't seen real estate prices flat like this in a long time. Probably the first time since COVID you could actually get a real deal on a house. But that'll change once interest rates start going down. That will all change. But I don't know. Having a house is whatever. Not that special. It's not that special. Let's see. Export prices are still at like 3%. Yeah, aren't retail sales down a lot? Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Retail sales are down quite a bit compared to the past, I don't know, like year. But December, yeah, that's pretty weird actually. Retail sales should have been up a lot more for December. Let's see. Because, yeah, last 2023 December is 5%, 4.6% last year, or 2024. But only 2.4% last year. That's very odd. That's pretty odd. Very odd, actually. Guess it was a slow holiday, I guess. I don't know. That's interesting. What's up, Snake? How you doing, Mo? Alright, not much there. Got some data tomorrow that we'll look into. Nothing there. You did get a massive whale on GameStop, though. You got a pretty massive whale on GameStop. Hit me up if we're doing tinfoil today. Ain't got enough brain wrinkles for this shit. We don't really do tinfoil on this stream. I don't know. Like that's pretty. That's a very rare thing on this stream because I think tinfoil is pretty dumb. But sometimes there's some interesting ones. But we don't do tinfoil on this stream like ever. It's very rare there's a good tinfoil to talk about. And I refuse to talk about 99% of tinfoil because it's completely irrelevant to reality. Sold my house 2 months ago. Yeah, buddy. Nice. Let's go. That's wild. You must be in a... Either you hooked them up or maybe you live in a better market. Because I've seen houses where I live, they've been for sale for months. You must live in a good market. Or you hooked them up. I got confused and I've been hoarding Reynolds wrap. What? Isn't Reynolds wrap? Isn't Reynolds wrap? Maybe that's tinfoil. I thought that was like plastic wrap. No expansion, 30-month close. A 1 month, 30-month close. That'd be wild. In 2 really? Where are you? Where are you located? How'd you sell it that fast? You in like Cali or like Texas or something? Syracuse? Oh yeah, you're in Utah. I forgot. Huh. That's crazy, bro. I've seen houses around. Oh, New York. Okay. I was like, there's a Syracuse, Utah where I live. Okay, that makes sense. New York makes sense. Yeah, where I live, bro, I've seen houses that are still for sale that haven't sold. I'm like, fuck. Even if I wanted to sell my house, I don't think it would take a while, I think. Potentially. I mean, my house is pretty nice, so maybe it would sell faster. Mine's like the biggest house in the neighborhood, I think. Well, actually not anymore. I think my neighbors expanded their house, so my house might not actually be the biggest one in the neighborhood now. But I think it's close. I honestly don't really pay attention. It's a dump Micron's building? Ah. Good reason to sell then. Good reason to sell. I mean, it'll probably make the property go up in the short term, but as things get more expensive, that might have been a good move. Utah's gorgeous. I went to Zion a couple years ago. 10 out of 10. Yeah, southern Utah's crazy, bro. All the Red Rock in southern Utah. I don't live there though. I live in like Salt Lake. But Park City is like nice. Salt Lake's okay. I'm not a big fan of Salt Lake, but all the mountains are pretty dope. Park City is probably the best. But Southern Utah's A plus. A plus. I'll give Southern Utah an A plus. My only complaint about Southern Utah is that it gets really hot. But I don't think their winters are as bad, so kind of a trade-off. But I don't mind winter. Be heading back south in a year. To what, Florida or something? What's the cost of owning like? I don't know the like numbers right off the top of my head. But it's probably like, yeah, I couldn't tell you the numbers right off the top of my head. I'd have to look. It's been a minute since I've looked at that. It's going up though. That's the one thing I can't tell you. It's going up. I think it went up like 20% last year or some shit. Quite a bit. Taxes. If I'm not mistaken. But like I said, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, so I'd have to like actually look. It's actually, at this point, kind of cheaper to rent where I live. Because they're building so much, like, apartments and stuff. It's kind of crazy, actually. Doesn't really seem like it's like where I live, they went through this phase where they were building like a lot of houses and stuff, but now all I ever see being built is condos and apartments. I don't really see houses being built like at all anymore. I'm sure more in like the Provo area where there's more land to expand. I bet there's a lot of house building down there. More south. South, yeah. But where I live, it's like condos and apartments. A lot of condos. Lived in Atlanta for 12 years, loved the South, but probably Florida or South Carolina. South Carolina, huh? I've heard that's nice. I think, isn't that where Matt Romano lives? I think. But yeah, you got some whales on GameStop. You got a brand new whale, massive whale actually. Norges Bank. They bought basically 4 million shares. Completely brand new position. It's only 1% of their portfolio, but 4 million shares as a brand new position is massive. So that's probably the biggest whale we've seen in quite a while. And then a few more smaller new positions. You got 100,000 shares purchased by Paribas Financial. That's a 52% increase on their position. And then Belvedere Trading added 12,000 puts and 56,000 calls. So about a 18% increase on their puts, almost 60% increase on their calls. And yeah. So decent. I mean, the only one that's really notable in my opinion is Norges Bank. That's huge. 4 million shares. That's like 1% of the float basically. Right? I think 4 million divided by 448. Yeah, like 0.9% of the float basically. Like that's a pretty big position. That's a pretty big position. So that's notable. Short interest updated. The short interest went down, chat. The short interest went down, chat. You're now at 15.8%. I believe the last like month or two you were 16.11 or something like that. So that's actually pretty notable, very notable. And you know, the price action reflects that. Definitely, the price action definitely reflects that. We've probably seen those shorts close in real time. Cuz I don't know, what would 0.3, we'll do 65 million times 0.3%. So that's 195,000 shares closed, basically, about, if I did that math right. So we probably saw that. We probably saw that in real time. Very interesting. Shit, wish I had 3 milli. That's 3 milli shares. That's 80 million. 80 million. It's only 3 milli, or 4 milli shares, I guess. I'm gonna move to Florida, I think. Oh, nice. That'd be dope. You gonna go wrestle some gators, bro? You gonna become a gator wrestler? Hunting alligator with Amos, 'cause he lived in the swamp. Hey, hunting alligator for a living. Hit him in the head with a stomp. Oh, that's Louisiana. That's Louisiana, but you can still wrestle some gators in Florida, bro. You can still wrestle some gators, bro. SI on Palantir? I imagine it's non-existent. Unless it's been going up. 2%. 2.17%. But I guarantee that was less than 1% a few months ago. I bet the short interest has been... I know there's a website you can check, but I forget what it is. Someone in here showed me it before. I think it was Rosh. What's that website, Rosh? What's that short interest website where you saw like XRT has like 400% short interest or some shit like that? I forget what that website's called. Maybe I should put that in the bookmarks. Because, yeah, I guarantee Palantir's short interest was around 1% at the highs, and it's probably been going up since Burry made his bet. I know there's a way to check. I just don't remember the website. Bitcoin still at 69,000. The crypto market's still selling off though. Bitcoin's relatively flat, but the overall market's still kind of selling off. What's up, Moose? How you doing, Moose? Let's see. Alphabet boosts debt sale again as total exceeds 30 billion. Let's see. I'm better today. Good, bro. Good. Time to do it all again next weekend. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. 5 a.m. we be leaving the house. Something like that. 6 p.m. we be kicking y'all out. I'd have to sell my 500-gallon offset smoker if I move, though. Not towing that thing down south. Damn, that would suck. A 500-gallon smoker? What? Why? That's insane, bro. That's a huge smoker, bro. Holy shit. What are you cooking in that? That's a massive smoker, bro. That's huge. I'd be interested in seeing the SI on Palantir before S&P inclusion and after. And was the immense rise in share price a result in the SI closing along with the buying pressure from ETF rebalancing? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the website. I know Rosh knows it, but I don't think he's here. He was here in the morning. Or like right when I started the stream, but I think he already left. Taking a month off after that one. Oh, that's funny. That's how you know you had a good Super Bowl. That's how you know you had a good Super Bowl. When you don't want to drink anymore. You did the Super Bowl right this year. I do catering for fun during the summer. Ah, I see. That's so cool, though. That's awesome, bro. That sounds cool. Catering. That's a good idea. That's really cool. I wish I could remember the website. Where's Rosh? Where's Rosh? I know Rosh knows the website. Does anyone know the website where you... Oh, there he is. Rosh, what's that website? That you can see, like, the short interest in reflection with the stock price. Fintel. Yeah, I would have never guessed that. I would have never guessed that. Thank you, Rosh. Thank you. Don't snap it, Rosh. I was trying to think of what I was saying. I didn't know what I was saying. When did Planter become part of the S&P, though? Where's the chart? Fall of 24. Where's the chart? Apparently I don't know what I'm doing. Chart exchange? Could be that one. It's like got a blue user interface. I thought it was Fintel, but maybe it's chart exchange. Yeah, I think it's this one. Short interest. It's not the best chart. Can we increase the time? Oh, you have to have premium, I think, to look back that far. Yeah, there's always a paywall. Every time! It actually looks like the... Either this isn't accurate or Market Watch isn't accurate. Oh wait, the short interest is this line. Okay. Oh, this info's lagging. This still is a chart when Planter was trading at 178, so they haven't updated this website in a while. But this little thing, you can definitely see it's gone down a lot. It was probably here. You said fall, so early September maybe. That's as far as I can go is September. But this information's lagging anyway. You probably need a sub to get real information. So Yeah, I can't give you that info because I'm not buying a sub to that. They make it so hard to look back. Let's see. Market beat also has short data, but the chart doesn't work for me, and also old data. Yeah. Old data sucks. Need real-time data. It's kind of why I like Market Watch, because at least they update it every like 2 weeks to a month. You don't get a chart, unfortunately, but at least they update it. At least I don't think there's a chart here for short interest. Go advanced charting, maybe. Let's see. Chart overlays, no. Lower chart, no. Events, no. Yeah, I don't know how you could figure that out. Probably have to have a sub to Chart Exchange. I could try the Fintel one again. I think that was updated. Maybe I can figure it out. Don't look like it though. Yeah. They don't really let you do this. So whatever. Whatever. I mean, I'm sure shorts had to have closed when they got added, and you were kind of able to see it on that Chart Exchange one. Like, there's a pretty massive short interest volume or short volume in like September 24 and up until like mid 25, and then it's more just like recently you haven't really seen short volume on Planter, which is kind of weird because as of the past, I mean, since Bury Bet, basically, it's been a relatively good short, so kind of interesting. I'll check market beat, but if it's old data, it's probably not. Probably not it. I mean, at least we can look to the past, though, I suppose. It's in dollars. I need short percentage. There we go. Yeah, so you said, I don't know if this is accurate. I'm not sure if this is accurate or not. But the short interest was supposedly 0% up until May of last year. And then you were at like 6% July 2023. I feel like they're missing a whole block of data here, though. There's literally, I feel like it's literally impossible for it to go from 6.75% to 0. So I feel like they're just missing a whole block of data there. But by dollar amount, the short interest has been going up, actually. So that's kind of interesting. But it's because the stock has been going up, obviously. So it was probably like Q3-ish when they got introduced to the S&P, and I mean, you would expect the dollar amount of short interest to go up for how much the stock's gone up. What does GameStop look like? I've never seen that chart, actually. Where is it? Short interest. Screw you, I ain't watching an ad, bro. What did it look like? I'm not watching an ad. Yeah, they don't even have, oh wait, they kind of do. They kind of do. I think this is kind of accurate. Huh. Yeah, that's relatively accurate. The short percentage. Yeah, they're just missing like on every stock they're missing mid 2022 to basically the end of 24. That's really weird. But they have the dollar amount relatively accurate, I would say, because you're at 645 times 25. Did I do that right? I don't think I did that right. Times 25. Yeah, 1.6 billion. Yeah, that's relatively accurate. Relatively accurate. I don't think it's like right on, but close. Let's see. Kalshi says Super Bowl trading volume surpassed 1 billion. I wanted to read this. Michael Saylor downplays strategy credit risk as Bitcoin tumbles, will refinance the debt. So you'll basically just delay the inevitable, is what he's trying to say here. Saylor says he plans to keep accumulating. Bitcoin falls 90% for the next 4 years. We'll refinance the debt. We'll just roll it forward. He believes banks would continue to lend to the digital asset treasury firm if Bitcoin collapses. Saylor said, yeah, because the volatility of Bitcoin is such that it's always going to be of value. The volatility on Bitcoin is like nothing as it used to be, so I don't know. The strategy has more than 8 billion in total debt. I expect we'll be buying Bitcoin every quarter forever, Saylor said. Saylor noted his firm has 2.5 years worth of cash on its balance sheet to cover dividends. Glad I'm not a MicroStrategy investor. I wouldn't want to be. I wouldn't want to be a MicroStrategy investor. No, no, no. No, no, no. Nothing there. Sam Bankman-Fried wants a new trial, claims he was a political victim of the Biden administration. No, you scammed and fucked over a lot of people. The sad part is that guy will probably get out of prison. Someone will probably pardon him. Most likely. Most likely. Surprised it already hasn't happened, honestly. Let's see. Chinese AI Seed Dance 2.0 is making new episodes of Dragon Ball and Pokemon with ease. That's crazy. Music. Yeah, that That looks pretty good for AI, bro. That looks pretty good for AI. Like, Goku looks fucking good, bro. Like, I don't even think you'd be able to tell the difference. Kakarot! Kakarote! A Kakarote! 60-year-old sells home to work on a cruise after debt became overwhelming. Decades of homeownership, single parenting, and financial strain pushed her towards a dramatic change that ultimately sent her across multiple continents with a camera. She lived in the same New Jersey house for 20 years while she built her photography career. When her child moved to Orlando as an adult, something shifted. Let's see. Explained that much of her financial stress was tied to the home. I think it's funny. I've never in my life, besides maybe like the past 6 months, maybe year, I've never seen people say like real estate's a bad investment. I've never, I've never seen stories like this. I mean, I'm sure I have, but like, it feels like it's so common that they're trying to like push the narrative of selling your home. And it's funny because I've been a real estate hater for a while, but like that was before everyone agreed. But now it's like, now that I see so much of people agreeing that selling your home might be a good idea or renting's better, it's like I think owning a house might be the move. The masses tend to be wrong. But I've just never seen so many stories of people selling their homes or like saying renting's better or whatever it may be. Just been seeing it a lot lately. I have to have my own yard. That's fair, that's fair. Like, owning a home's pretty expensive, but if it's going to get to the point where people think it's a terrible investment, it's probably not. It's probably not. It's just going to take some time. What? What the hell? That's a weird story. This lady bought this water gun that looks like a real gun, and the package got seized. And she almost went to prison, I guess. Pretty odd, pretty odd. Wendy's is celebrating Singles Awareness Day with a $1 cheeseburger. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Single Awareness Day. They're looking out, bro. I'm gonna go get that $1 cheeseburger. I'm gonna go get that $1 cheeseburger, chap. UK's been battered by rain every day. It's not stopping anytime soon. Rain has fallen somewhere in the UK every single day of 2026 so far. Huh. That's crazy, dude. That's actually crazy. I love my yard. Can't wait for the weather to turn and spend every evening out there. I never hang out in my yard, bro. I never hang out in my yard. I'm an inside person. At least till the mosquitoes come out. There's a lot of mosquitoes where I live. Cellar dweller, basically. That's literally me, bro. I'm the cellar dweller. There's been times I haven't gone outside for like days before. Like, no joke. I've literally sat inside for days before. It's not like I don't like going outside, but I just like, I don't know, I like being inside. They aren't bad up here. It's ridiculous here with them. I'm like lucky because if you drive like maybe like a mile or two away from where my house is, I would say like a mile, the mosquitoes are like bad, like way bad. But for some reason where I live, it's not, they're pretty bad still, but nowhere near as bad. Michelangelo drawing of a foot smashes record with 27 million sale. Holy. Who has 27 million just to buy a foot? That's crazy. 27 million for a foot. That might be the world's most expensive foot pick. World's most expensive foot pick right there. 27 million. Bar owner blames ChatGPT and TikTok after finding fake ID of former president. Mario Tennis, did that just come out? Mario Tennis Fever. I think that just came out. Oh wait. It comes out. The Tennis Fever game is compatible with amiibo figures for the characters shown. Oh, you got for amiibos. Mario Tennis Fever comes out Thursday. Right? Yeah, Thursday. Mario Tennis Fever, huh? Tennis game swings onto the Nintendo. I used to love Mario Tennis. I always thought that was a good game. I feel like any Mario sports game is really good. I don't think Minnesota has insects. 27 million. Somebody's doing some laundry. I don't know. I'm sure you have to have the proof of funds to buy that. I think people are just rich as fuck nowadays. Honestly, as crazy as it sounds, 27 million doesn't seem like that much to me. And it's not because I'm rich or anything, it's just because I feel like there's way more rich people than a lot of people want to admit. And you would definitely see it if you lived where I lived. I know earlier we were talking about how I was saying there weren't many houses being built where I lived, but that's actually wrong. There are a lot of multi-million-dollar houses being built where I live up on the hill. Like, people are rich as fuck, dude. People are so rich. There's so many rich people now. AI surgery tool blamed for injuring patients instead of helping heal them. Product was arguably safer before integrating changes in the software to incorporate AI. Then, after the software modifications are implemented, one of the suits, which comes from a stroke victim. 2 patients allegedly suffered strokes after a major artery was accidentally injured. They were unable to independently verify the claims within the lawsuit. That's fucked. That's actually fucked. COVID moved California people to Utah, maybe what you're seeing. I mean, it's more just the past year where I've seen a lot of the multi-million-dollar houses being built. Past year or two. Wasn't even during COVID. Like, during COVID, there was maybe like a couple being built, but now there's like whole neighborhoods of multi-million-dollar houses. So maybe could be that, but New York, there's people all around the world. I think crypto just made a lot of people really rich. Certain stocks, chip stocks. I think a lot of people got extremely rich the past 5 years. Even with the 2022, 23. I think, there's a lot of rich people. California had a mansion tax happen too, so maybe rich people are instead building houses in Utah for tax benefits. Maybe. I'm not sure. I don't know anything about that. Okay. Oh yeah, this finally dropped. Beast Industries announced the acquisition of Step, a financial tech firm focused on financial literacy and money management. How come I didn't see this article yesterday? This article wasn't here when we looked last time. Deal brings Step's fintech platform and engineering team under the same umbrella as the YouTube star Mr. Beast. Company said the acquisition's aimed at expanding access to financial wellness tools. Maybe we did read this. I can't remember. Financial help's fundamental to overall well-being, yet too many people lack access to tools and knowledge they need to build financial security. The acquisition positions us to meet our audiences where they are with practical technology. Yeah, maybe I did read this. Step reported more than 7 million users before the deal. Attracted celebrity investors, including Steph Curry, Charlie D'Amelio, Justin Timberlake, Will Smith, Chainsmokers. Millions of young people at the financial foundation I never had. I'm excited to share that we are acquiring the financial service app Step. Nobody taught me about investing, building credit, or managing money when I was growing up. That's exactly why we're joining forces with Step. I want to get millions of people the financial foundation I never had. Lots to share soon. I mean, the only issue with that is people's opinions on building credit are generally incorrect. So I have a hard time believing that's going to help anyone build credit. If not, it's just going to get people in more and more debt. Sure, the investing part, I guess that's relevant. But there's not very many sources out there for good credit information. Olympic skier confesses to cheating on GF during live interview after winning bronze. Oh, what a piece of shit. What a piece of garbage. Kind of funny though. No. Pokemon Go players kept swarming the Epstein Island Pokestop, forcing devs to remove it. Oh my god. Huh. Epstein Island saw a sudden influx of virtual visitors over the weekend after Pokemon Go players spotted that the location was home to a Pokestop. The Pokestop in question has since been removed from the game, but not in time to stop an unquantifiable number of players from flocking to the island once owned by Jeff Epstein. The inciting post that caused the flood of Pokemon Go to Little St. James seems to be this post dated February 4th on Pokemon Go spoofing. Can someone see if there's anything on Epstein Island? In this context, spoofing refers to a method that allows Pokemon Go players to alter their in-game GPS data so they can visit any location they desire. Prior to its removal, I was able to verify the existence of the Sundial Pokestop on Little St. James by using a spoofing method. Several vile posts began to surface on social media. There's no exact way to quantify how many players visited the island, but there are numerous posts on Pokemon r/Pokemon Go detailing methods to reach the location. Niantic removed or confirmed a gaming Bible that Sundial Pokestop had been removed. However, Niantic wasn't quick enough to stop one user on Pokemon Go from figuring out exactly how the Pokestop made into Pokemon Go. In a now deleted thread, the user discerned that the Sundial Pokestop was submitted as a point of interest through Ingress at some point between 2020 and 21. Ingress is Niantic's other augmented reality mobile title and served as a precursor to Pokemon Go. As a result, a lot of the data in Pokemon Go has been scrapped from Ingress. And the same user also figured out the image used for the Sundial Pokestop was taken from a YouTube video dated July 2019, which features drone footage of Little St. James. As its name indicates, the Pokestop was indeed at the exact location of a large sundial on the island. This is one of many Epstein-related video game stories. Blah, 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 blah. That's hilarious. The Epstein Pokestop. I wonder if you could get an Ekans there. Maybe you could get some muck. You get a muck and Ekans. You might even get an Arbok. You never know. Split Fiction Studio already working on its next game. What the fuck? No ice in Minnesota bundle? What? Signs point to a Resident Evil 5 remake. Borderlands 4 got verified for Steam Deck. Best thing about the Winter Olympics are the drone cameras. What? The maker of banned indie game Horses claims Epic is misleading players. What? Horses? This is a long article. I don't want to read that. Nothing there. Meta, TikTok, and Snap are participating in online safety rating systems. Toyota and Pony.ai start mass producing robo-taxis for China. Spotify now has more than 750 million monthly users. Waymo vehicles are now fully driverless in Nashville. OpenAI starts testing ads in ChatGPT. State of Play is on Thursday as well. Okay. What was that? What the fuck? Okay, not very exciting news. I guess Game Informer's back. I think that's old news though. I saw that somewhere yesterday. I think that's old news though. Hasbro is now the primary toy licensee for Harry Potter. Just wait till the Magic and the Gathering Harry Potter collab. It's coming. It's coming. Harry Potter. I'm cooked. Sorry, chat. I'm so tired right now for some reason. Razer's Pokemon headsets at its lowest price. $70. I'm good. I'm good. It's like 3 shares. I could buy 3 shares instead of that. Okay. Nothing exciting on the news front. Don't look like. I mean, look at Reddit, but there's nothing on there, per typical. There's a bunch of people talking about unusual call volume, which you would think people realize by now that that's irrelevant. You've only seen that about 100 times, maybe more, a few hundred times. But yeah, I don't know. This is a new post. Hodl. A shocking new pack arrives 2/12/26. So Power Packs is releasing something? Something's getting released on Thursday in the Power Pack department. I wonder why nobody's talking about the 4 million shares nor just bank bot. They're talking about fucking shares that were added like weeks ago. A shocking new pack arrives 2/12/25. I wonder what it is. That's kind of exciting. Something to look forward to, I guess. something to look forward to. I wonder what it's gonna be. I wonder what it's gonna be. It's a video. I wonder if anyone actually has the video. I deleted Twitter, by the way. I'm not reactivating it. I have Discord. You know, if you guys have Discord and you want to get a hold, Roaring Corey on Discord, but I'm getting rid of Twitter, bro. I ain't dealing with that nonsense anymore. It's literally nonsense. There's nothing relevant on Twitter. 0 things relevant on Twitter. Would be nice to watch this video, though. But, whatever. Is what it is. Is what it is. Maybe it could be on a different Reddit, maybe. But I'm not re-downloading Twitter just for that. That's Sam Solik, bro? Pretty sure that was Sam. It's Sam! My boy, dude. He's on a Gymshark ad. My guy, Sam. He's a beast. An absolute beast. Okay. Alrighty. I guess we'll get ready for Hood. They have a live stream? Oh, they're doing it on their YouTube. Rip. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Yo, why is the chat so dead today, bro? Are you guys good? Chat is literally dead as fuck the past couple days. I hope you guys are alright. And you know what time Hood drops numbers? After the market closes, like every earnings report that's after hours. I don't know if I don't know. Can you see my messages? The last one I saw was when we were talking about mansions. I'm tired from work, sipping on some whiskey. You're good. I'm just making sure you guys are good. The chat's been pretty dead the past couple streams. What time? 3:30? 2 o'clock my time, which is in 30 minutes, is when the market closes. So, I don't know what that is your time, my friend. I'm in South Africa. Really? South Africa? That's crazy, bro. South Africa. That's wild, bro. But yeah, 35 minutes from right now is when the US market closes. So whatever time that is for you, I don't know. Maybe we're due for a rip then, some news. I don't know. I don't know. At least we got something on the power pack front on Thursday. That could be interesting, maybe. What's my take on Boeing? Like, what about Boeing? Like the stock chart or the business? From what I've seen in the news, they're producing more planes than they've produced in history, so that's a positive thing. But as far as the stock chart, it's probably at all-time highs, judging by the Jets ETF, so it's probably not that interesting as a chart. Yeah, basically at all-time highs. Not quite, actually. I think 2020 was all-time highs. Yeah, I mean highs for the past few years, but I would never buy Boeing. I mean, Boeing was kind of interesting. Back at like $100 around there. But yeah. But as far as, I don't really pay attention to Boeing, but as far as I've seen, the business is doing the best it's ever done. So can't really argue with that. Chart is the best indicator. Debatable. Very debatable. Very debatable. It's a beautiful place. I've never been to Africa. I could only imagine. I could only imagine. Hey, Ruben. What's up, Ruben? How you been, bro? How you been, Ruben? Hoping for a power pack with raw cards would be neat for me. That'd be kind of cool. Like $5 power pack or something. That'd be kind of cool. Hopefully they just add Magic the Gathering or Yu-Gi-Oh or something. Or both. Or add like a miscellaneous sports one where it's like UFC and like NASCAR and WWE and shit like that. That'd be kind of cool. But hopefully they add Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh. I feel like that's the next obvious choice. The old news about bad staff and cheap parts are over. I have no clue, man. I have no clue. I don't track Boeing. I think people just have that opinion because a couple planes have crashed. Or more than a couple, but I think there's just a lot of opinions out there. Whether they're relevant or not, that's highly up for debate. Is that even a thing? I heard their planes are crappy. I don't fly a lot, so I don't care. I think that's just internet bullshit, honestly. I mean, you don't really see Airbus planes crashing, so it's mostly Boeing planes that crash from what it seems like from the news. So you would expect that to be the opinion of a majority of people, but whether that's real or not, highly debatable. But I think, they're pulling in more orders and producing more planes than they've ever produced before. I think last month was one of their biggest months, or it's either December or last month, I can't remember. It was one of their biggest months for like orders. So you can say whatever you want about Boeing, but people want the planes. So I just don't think people's opinions on the internet reflect reality. When do people's opinions on the internet ever reflect reality with anything, to be fair? Chat is the best indicator. Facts. Big facts there. Big facts there. Like, if you see someone's opinion on social media. I could never, I can't put any weight on anybody's opinions these days. Unless they have true data or facts that they can show as a verified source, then we can talk about stuff. But like, I will never trust anyone's opinion about anything if there's no data or facts or verified sources to back up what they're saying. I don't care who it is. I sold 15 puts on Robin at 55 expiry February 20th. Am I regarded? Currently down 22K. I don't have an opinion, my guy. I think trading options is the dumbest thing ever, so that's all I can say about that. But the stock's trading at $86. 55. Yeah, I don't know. Good luck. Good luck is all I'll say. Isn't selling puts you'd get the right to buy the shares at 55? I don't really get how you're down on that. Doesn't really make any sense. Doesn't really make any sense. Could be a spread thing. But that should expire worthless. Most likely. ROBN. Oh, I don't know what the fuck that is. Never heard of it. Not only is trading options dumb, but trading leveraged ETFs is even dumber. And those lose value over time no matter what. So I don't know. I don't have an opinion on that, bro. I think trading options is stupid, so I never see anyone successful with trading options. I've seen a lot of people hit options. I've hit a lot of options, but long-term success in options, I've yet to see that. I see a lot of people talk, but yeah, I think it just goes back to what I was just saying a minute ago. What people say on the internet isn't relatively correlated with reality. But yeah, I have no opinion on that, my guy. Premium was too juicy to pass up. Premium was 15K. Yeah, but you just lost $20,000, so you didn't make anything. So was the premium too juicy to pass up, or did you just FOMO into an option play and hoped it worked out? I don't know. I disagree. Option markets are efficient, my guy. Option markets are efficient, so there was no edge there. Price prediction for Hood. I don't have one. I don't have one. Okay. I mean, you can justify it however you want, my guy, but you made a bad trade, and the amount you're down shows it. So you can justify it however you want, but it was a terrible trade. And that's all I'll say. And Robinhood's trash, so it's like, I don't know. Good luck. That's all I'll say. Good luck. Hopefully it works out in the end. But you're investing in a dog shit company that probably is overvalued. I've never really looked into it, but more than likely extremely overvalued, so I don't know. I disagree with a lot of the things you've said so far. And if you already had the shares, why didn't you just buy more shares or do something else? There's 1,000 other companies on the market. Got to risk to make money. How is it going so far? I disagree. I think you have to do the right risk to make money, but if you think risk is going to make you money, good luck. Good luck. You have to have an edge. That's how you make money, is through an edge. Not by risking. I know a lot of people that have risked a lot of things, and none of them are rich. So, I've made a lot of risks that never worked out. So it's not how you look at it. You make the right risks. You make the right bets. You don't just risk money and you make money. That's not how it works. You risk or bet when it's in your favor. You think you think selling a put when Robinhood was at basically all-time highs was a good bet, a good risk? I disagree. I really disagree. I could never buy something with Vlad Tenev involved. Facts. Facts. All right, Patrick. Talk about something else. You're way too biased to have a conversation about the market with. Way too biased. So, good luck on your trading journey, my friend. I'm not going to talk about Robinhood with you or stocks. You're way too biased to have a civilized conversation about stocks because you're just trying to justify your shitty trade. And we can't have a real conversation if that's all you're going to do. Robinhood's a trash company. Vlad Tenev's a shit CEO. The stock is potentially overvalued as fuck. I haven't looked at their financials, but I can only assume. So, yeah, you can justify it all you want, but you made a shitty bet and you're going to get clapped. And that's fine. We've all done it. But if you're not willing to learn, good luck. Good luck. We'll see. Oh, there's no we'll see, my guy. There's no we'll see. You think the stock's gonna double in the next week and save you? Probably not. Good luck, bro. That's all you can say, bro. That's all you can say is good luck. You can't help people who think they know it all, you know? You just can't. Like, what kind of perspective is that? More volatile stocks have more growth potential? Very debatable. Extremely debatable. I've seen a lot of quote unquote volatile stocks that are extremely fucking worthless now. So, don't think that guy really knows what he's talking about. But hopefully it works out for him. Maybe Robinhood doubles the next week and he makes all his money back. Maybe. Seems unlikely, but maybe. You only got 20 minutes till the market closes. Exciting. Exciting stuff. It's crazy how people try to justify their shitty trades. Like, that's wild, bro. That's wild. I mean, there's there's a lot of people that have done it with GameStop, but at least the fundamentals back the opinion. You know, I'm gonna look at Robinhood's fundamentals. Let's look at it. We might as well. We're here. Let's see how overvalued this piece of shit is. What's the market cap? 77 billion. Okay. Unavailable. They don't even want to show me the fundamentals. They're so trash. They don't even want to show them to me. All right, here we go. They made 1.4 billion last year net income. 25. Yeah, that shit's so overvalued. I mean, they made a fuck ton they made a decent amount of net income last year, but assets to liabilities, that shit is overvalued as fuck. And they're probably not doing as well financially this year, just judging by the stock chart. I don't know, this year they might actually crush. But still potentially really overvalued. So, yeah, you wouldn't catch me in investing in that, that's for sure. You would never catch me investing in that. You might catch me outside. How about that? But that's about it. You know what's crazy? Robinhood is 8.5 billion stockholder equity with a 77 billion market cap. GameStop's almost at 6 billion stockholder equity with 11 billion market cap. Like, that's, I don't know. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Seems pretty trash though. Isn't Robinhood that meme stock? I don't know. It's a good investment, I guess. I don't know. Who knows? Like, I don't know. I keep looking back at that dude's messages and I'm like, The thing that stands out the most was this kid was a stupid sell-off anyway. Was the stock selling off stupid? Or was your bet stupid? Like, isn't it... I think it's wild that he can't even see that he made a terrible stock trade. He thinks that outside factors are the reason why he lost, instead of just, like, seeing that he was the problem. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. I could never make a terrible bet and then be like, it was the stock market's fault. Like, what? Like, what? It's the stock market's fault I lost. I never make terrible bets. I'm the greatest trader ever. It's the stock market's fault. Like, what? Are you sure about that? You sure about that, bro? You sure about that? Stock went up after they entered the S&P 500 a few months back. Oh, well, goes to show that getting in the S&P 500 means nothing. I think that just goes to show. Everyone's always talking about how GameStop's going to be in the S&P and shit. Well, I think this is a perfectly good example of why that doesn't matter. I don't know when they got in there, but I think it's a pretty good example. Pretty good example of why it don't matter. What was that Michael Burry article we read like a few months ago? It's like 80% of the NASDAQ companies have gone bankrupt in the past 40 years or whatever it was. We're gonna be the P in S&P? Definitely not. Definitely not. I'm gonna be the S. Gonna be the S. S tier. How many people are streaming this shit? Yep. This like group of people are just like literally that's wild, bro. That's wild. I can't wait till people stop live streaming about earnings. Can't wait. Earnings call doesn't start till 3. Rip. I like it when they start at 2:30 better. 3 is too late. I'll be back. I'm about to play Pokemon. Got 9 minutes till the market closes. I'll wait for the report, I guess. Then we'll play some Pokemon. I wonder if GameStop's gonna hit 25.30 again. Tomorrow's my Friday, so today's Dragon. That sucks. That sucks. It is kind of a slow day, though. We've only been on stream for an hour 30. I feel like we've been on here for a while. Hit some chest today. That was nice. Haven't hit chest in like a week or two. Feels good to be back on the weights. Love watching GME. I just think there's just been a lot of shorting at 25.30, so I'll be curious what happens if it pops back up there again. Or if you get an after hours move and you trade above that and open at like $26 or something. Or like 25.70 or something like that. Like that'd be pretty interesting. A lot of shorter term traders on 25.30. And I think it even hit 25.20 today and sold off. So a lot of short term traders up there. Today's Saturday. Nice. Nice. I should lift, but probably won't. Why not? Why not? Get in there, bro. Get in there. Get a fucking pump, dude. Get a pump. Go hit the sauna, bro. Hit some cardio. You'll be feeling good, bro. You'll be feeling good. I mean, I feel like that's why I'm so tired, though, is because of lifting. I want to try to lift more. I've just been lazy the past, like, I don't know, like month or two. I've just been so lazy. I don't know if it's just because it's like super cold or... I mean, there have been days where I literally couldn't even leave my house because they were doing construction in front of it. So there was multiple days like that. But yeah, just in general, I've been kind of lazy. Feels good. Amen, amen. Let's all get yoked. Fucking yoked. I want to get a 6-pack this year. That's I haven't really been doing much ab training. I pretty much think that I could get a 6-pack if I just dieted. But that'd be sick if I could get a decent 6-pack this year. I already kind of have one, but I'm just a fat ass, so it kind of covers it. Been doing lower weights, higher reps. Really? What do you think about that? What do you think about that? I never do low weight. I used to. I used to do lower weights, higher reps, but now I just try to lift as much as I can, pretty much. Well, not as much as I can, but as much as I can within like 10 reps. Maybe like 6 and do a drop set or something. But I try to lift as much as I can. What's up, yo? How you doing, bro? How you doing, yo? Oh, Zempak? Nah, no of Zempak. I wouldn't do that. That shit kind of makes you look weird. Like, it makes your skin all stretchy and shit. I couldn't do the Ozempic. I'd have to just diet the correct way. I know. I mean, I don't know personally. I mean, kind of. I know a couple people that potentially did Ozempic, and I don't think they look good, bro. I don't think they look good. Like, losing that much weight that fast. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's helping my stamina, to be honest. That's fair. That's fair. Can't be a good long term. Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. I don't even know if it's good short term, like straight up. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, what happens when you stop taking it? You just gain all that weight back. Like, if you didn't take the proper steps to losing weight, like dieting and cardio, and like, what's gonna happen when you stop taking it? Like, you're just gonna go back to what you were. Unless it suppresses your appetite or something. I don't know. Not really sure how it works. Abs are made in the kitchen. It's facts. It's truly facts. Well, I mean, it is, but it isn't. A lot of it's, dieting and stuff. But you still have to sculpt them. If you could have like no body fat, but if you never train abs, they're probably not going to show. So I think there's some truth to that, but you still have to train. But I think at a certain point, then yeah, I think at a certain point abs are made in the kitchen, but you still have to train to get the abs. But if you're like me and you have abs, but you have a decent amount of body fat, then yeah, the kitchen. Sometimes the abs can be destroyed in the kitchen, though. Sometimes the abs can be destroyed in the kitchen. Training and diet. Well, I think you gotta train first and then diet. Cause I'm not. Well, I think that's up for debate. I guess you could get your 6-pack from like newbie gains or just normal training. But if you wanted to get like bigger abs, it's gonna be tough to get like bigger abs through dieting. So I think you have to train and then diet. I don't know if you could do both. I mean, it depends on your goals, I guess, right? It probably just depends on your goals. Yeah, there's the close. When Gamestop close out. For some reason it's not working. Oh, it's because I'm on the wrong tab. 2480, not bad. Not too shab. Let's see what Robinhood's got for us. Kind of sucks with all those other streamers streaming about this. We just get all the views stolen. It's kind of whack. Especially that fucking dude he's view botting. Like, it's way more likely that someone's gonna click on the stream with like 2,000 viewers rather than mine. So, kind of annoying. Kind of annoying having to compete with a view botter. Maybe I should start view botting. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Alright, what do we got, Robinhood? Hurry the hell up. Yeah, there's nobody coming to the stream, bro. Kind of whack. Kind of whack. Oh well. Oh well. Any day now, Vlad. Any day now, Vlad. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? You guys think it's gonna sell off? That's definitely been the favorite. Selling off has definitely been the favorite for the past few earning streams. Big Red. Big Red, come in. No one in the chat maybe up. That's a good point. But it's everyone, they're all going to the other streams. So there's people out there. They're just not here. I mean, it's kind of going up. But I don't think our numbers are out yet. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Nope. Well, there you go. We should have bet again. Oh, there you go, chat. We should have bet again. Down 8%. Oh, shit, that's funny. I don't care who you are. That's funny. I don't care who you are, bro. That's hilarious. Like, every fucking earnings report that we've covered has gone down. The only one that hasn't was There's only one. I can't even remember what it is. They've literally all gone down. Is Patrick in trouble? I don't know. To him it's a BS sell-off though, so it doesn't even matter. What's up, JR? I feel like I've seen that name in here before. Hope you're doing good. Let's see if they got their SEC filing. They haven't even dropped it. January 30th. Where's their numbers at? They haven't even dropped the numbers on the website. Or on the SEC filing website. Oh, there it is. There we go. There we go. All right, let's see. Robinhood today announced financial results for fourth quarter and full year 2025, which ended December 31st, 2025. Record revenues of $4.5 billion in 2025, including a record $1.28 billion in Q4. Record diluted EPS of 2.05, including 0.66 in Q4. Record net deposits of $68 billion, including $16 billion in Q4. Robinhood Gold subscribers reached a record 4.2 million. Our vision hasn't changed. We're building the financial super app. Oh, is that where prediction markets come into play? Because prediction markets have anything to do with finance? So stupid. So stupid. 2025 was a record year where we set new highs for net deposits, gold subscribers, trading volumes, revenues, and profits. And we closed the year strong with Q4. 2026 is off to a strong start, and we're incredibly excited about our plan and momentum for the year ahead as we focus on shipping great products for customers and driving profitable growth for shareholders. Great products. All you're doing is adding a prediction market. That's not a great product. That has to be the dumbest product ever created. Like, actually. Like, prediction markets are so dumb, bro. Let's see. On February 10th, 2026, Robinhood issued a press release regarding its financial results for the quarter full year, ended December 31st. Okay. On February 6th, 2026, the company... Oh, this is the wrong... Okay, I was wondering what happened. Okay. Total net revenues increased 27% year over year to $1.28 billion. Transaction-based revenues increased 15% year over year to $776 million, primarily driven by other transaction revenue of $147 million, up over 300%. Option revenues of $314 million, up 41%. And equities revenue of $94 million, up 54%, partially offset by cryptocurrency revenue of $221 million, down 38%. Net interest revenues increased 39% year over year to $411 million, primarily driven by growth in interest earning assets and securities lending activity, partially offset by lower short-term interest rates. Other revenues increased 109% year over year to $96 million. I mean, with that solid of growth, it just goes to show that the stock is completely overvalued. Like, if they're really promoting that, like, solid of growth, hundreds of percents, 50%, like, it just goes to show that the stock is completely overvalued. And who knows, maybe in, like, a couple weeks it'll be back up, but yeah. It's pretty funny, actually. Pretty funny. All right. Increase 109%. Okay. Other revenues increased 109% year over year to $96 million, primarily driven by Robinhood Gold subscription revenue of $50 million, up 56%. Net income was $605 million, which compares to $916 million in Q4 2024. That included a $424 million benefit from Q4 2024 tax benefit and regulatory accrual reversal. Diluted EPS was 0.66, which compares to 1.01 in Q4 2024. That included a 0.47 benefit from the Q4 2024 tax benefit and regulatory accrual reversal. Total operating expenses increased 38% year over year to $633 million. The year-over-year increase was primarily driven by marketing and growth investments and acquisition-related expenses. Adjusted operating expenses and share-based compensation increased 18% year-over-year to $597 million. Share-based compensation. Man, doesn't it feel good to be a GameStop investor? You know, you don't have to worry about share-based comp. I mean, there's some share-based compensation, but an 18% increase, you don't got to worry about that. It's like 1% or some shit. Adjusted EBITDA increased 24% year over year to $761 million. Funded customers increased by 1.8 million, or 7% year over year to 27 million. Investment accounts increased by 2.2 million, or 8% year over year to 28.4 million. Total platform assets increased 68% year over year to $324 billion, driven by continued net deposits, acquired assets, and higher equity valuations. Net deposits were $15.9 billion, an annualized growth rate of 19% relative to total platform assets at the end of Q3 2025. Over the past 12 months, net deposits were $68.1 billion, a growth rate of 35% relative to total platform assets at the end of Q4 2024. Robinhood Gold subscribers increased by 1.5 million, or 58% year over year to 4.2 million. Average revenue per user increased 16% year over year to 191. 191. Their average revenue per user is $191. Doesn't that sound terrible? That sounds terrible. $191? GameStop's made more than that off me alone through power packs. $191? What? That sounds terrible. Cash and cash equivalents totaled $4.3 billion, unchanged compared to the end of Q4 2024. Share repurchases were $100 million, representing 0.8 million of our Class A common stock at an average price per share of 100. Bro, they bought back 100 million shares at 119? Bro, Robinhood is dog shit. What a dog shit company, bro. What an absolute dog shit company. Since starting our repurchase program in Q3 2024, total share repurchases were 910 million, representing approximately 22 million shares of our Class A common stock at an average price per share of $40.64. Okay, that's not that bad. But their last repurchases were trash. Complete garbage. That's insane. Full year results. Total net revenues increased 52% year over year to $4.5 billion. Net income was $1.9 billion, which compares to $1.4 billion in 2024. That included a $424 million benefit from the Q4 2024 tax benefit and regulatory accrual reversal. Diluted EPS was 2.05, which compares to 1.56 in 2024. That included a 0.47 benefit from the Q4 2024 tax benefit and regulatory accrual reversal. Total operating expenses increased 25% year over year to $2.38 billion. Adjusted operating expenses in SBC increased 17% year over year to 2.27 billion, prior to 76 million of provision for credit losses in 2024. Adjusted operating expenses in SBC would have been up 22% year over year. Adjusted EBITDA increased 76% year over year to 2.5 billion. Share repurchases were 653 million, representing 12 million shares of our Class A common stock at an average price per share of $54.30. Okay. I don't really understand how their average is $54 when the last 100 million was at 119, and I don't even think the stock, like, has the stock even traded below $50 the past year? Like, I don't think so. It was at $40. How is the average 50? Unless they repurchased like 500 million shares down here. Obviously, I don't track this stock, so I don't know. But how is the average 50? I mean, yeah. Very odd. Very odd. Okay. Product expansion fueled strong momentum in 2025 as Robinhood grew across strategic priorities. Number one platform for active traders. Ugh. Gross. Active traders? Ew. Who actively trades? That's boring. Just degenerate into GameStop like a real man. Who actively trades anymore? Only real men degenerate their whole account into GameStop. Actively trading? Boring. Boring. Robinhood accelerated momentum with active traders as it expanded product offerings led by prediction markets, with over 12 billion event contracts traded in 2025. Oh, wow. Imagine actively trading on Robinhood, too. Like, not only is actively trading, like, stupid. Like, imagine doing it on Robinhood. That's like next level dumb. That's next level dumb. Prediction markets, bro. I can't get over that. I will never make a prediction market bet ever in my life because I think it's like so dumb. Oh, that they didn't like that, bro. I just lost half of the stream. Half of the stream just left because of that. That's awesome. That just goes to show. That just goes to show, bro. Deepening its investment in prediction markets, Robinhood established a joint venture, Rothera LLC, in partnership with Susquehanna International Group that acquired MIAX in January 2026 to advance the build-out of an independent CFTC license exchange and clearinghouse. In December, the company also hosted Robinhood Presents Yes/No, announcing new features for the prediction market hub, such as preset and custom combos and player contracts, and expanded Robinhood Cortex capabilities, including the next generation of its AI-powered investing assistant and portfolio-level digests. In addition, the company began rolling out short selling in mid-November, which has already seen billions of notional volume traded by customers. The company began rolling out short selling. Oh, that's funny, bro. That's funny. Short selling? Imagine being a beginner trader going on Robinhood. I'm gonna short. I'm gonna short a stock. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Wow. Wow. Number one in wallet share for the next generation. Robinhood drove greater share of wallet across long-term investing by deepening customer adoption of the company's retirement, advisory, and banking offerings. This quarter, Robinhood Gold subscribers grew to 4.2 million, with the adoption rate exceeding 15%, reflecting strong demand for premium features and differentiated benefits. Additionally, Robinhood Retirement AUC more than doubled from a year ago to 26.5 billion across approximately 1.8 million funded accounts. To date, customers have received over 500 million in matches on retirement account transfers and contributions. Robinhood Strategies expanded its reach to over 200,000 funded customers and 1.3 billion in assets under management. Robinhood Banking also recently started rolling out Robinhood Gold subscribers, with over 20,000 customers depositing approximately 300 million as of January 31st, 2026. Oh, excuse me. Number one global financial ecosystem. Robinhood extended its push for global financial innovation with continued expansion into new markets and new international products. Robinhood strengthened its offering in the UK by launching a stock and shares ISA, the most requested feature from UK customers, supporting long-term tax-advantaged investing. Bitstamp institutional volumes continue to scale, more than doubling since the close of the acquisition in June 2025, and in Europe, Robinhood quadrupled its stock tokens offering to approximately 2,000. During the fourth quarter, Robinhood also announced agreements to acquire a brokerage and crypto firm in Indonesia, expanding its reach in Asia. Lyft getting clapped. Lyft? What's Lyft at? Oh, wow. 13%? Is that a new low? No, not quite. That's Lyft's interesting. We'll have to research that. I don't know why Lyft's getting clapped so hard. All right. Additional Q4 2025 operating data. Robinhood Retirement AUC increased 102% year over year to a record 26.5 billion. Cash sweep increased 26% year over year to 32.8 billion. Margin book increased 113% year over year to a record 16.8 billion. Equity notional trading volumes increased 68% year over year to a record 710 billion. Option contracts traded increased 38% year over year to a record 659 million. Margin increased 113%. Wild. Crypto notional trading volumes were 82 billion, including Bitstamp notional volumes, which were 48 billion, and Robinhood app notional volumes, which decreased 52% year over year to 34 billion. I mean, that's to be expected, I feel like. Event contracts traded were a record 8.5 billion. Wow. Select preliminary January 2026 operating data. Net deposits were 4.5 billion, an annualized growth rate of 17% relative to a total platform assets at the end of December 2025. Margin book increased 121% year over year to a record 18.4 billion. Equity notional trading volumes increased 58.7% year over year to 227 billion. Option contracts traded increased 20% year over year to 200 million. Crypto notional trading volumes were 22.9 billion, including Robinhood app notional volumes, which decreased 57% year over year to 8.7 billion. And Bitstamp notional volumes, which were 14.2 billion. Event contracts traded were a record 3.4 billion. Oh, that's already this year? Or just last month? What? Excuse me? Excuse me, sir? In connection with the previously announced retirement of our former CFO, Jason Warnick, Shiv Verma, previously the company's Senior Vice President of Finance and Strategy and Treasurer, was appointed CFO effective February 6, 2026, and Mr. Warnick is now serving as strategic advisor until his retirement on September 1st, 2026. Financial outlook. The paragraph below provides information of our 2026 expense plan and outlook. Our 2026 expense plan is designed to accelerate product velocity, drive net deposit growth, and grow revenues. This expense outlook includes growth investment in new or recently launched products and features, marketing, international expansion, full-year costs related to the 2025 acquisitions of Trade PMR and Bitstamp, and rapid growth in existing core products, while also driving rapid growth in existing core products and productivity and efficiency gains in our existing business. Our outlook for 2026 adjusted operating expenses and SBC is $2.6 billion to $2.725 billion, which represents 18% year-over-year growth at a midpoint relative to 2025. This expense outlook does not include provisions for credit losses, costs related to our pending acquisitions, costs related to Rothera joint venture, costs from blah, blah, blah. Okay, whatever. Anything else here? Their total assets decreased 12 million from last year. Or wait. Okay, never mind. Theirs is backwards. Usually 2025 is here. Okay. I was like, what? How did they lose 12 billion in assets? But they gained 12 billion in assets. Gotcha. But their liabilities also went up 10 billion. But they added about 1.2 billion of stockholder equity the past year. Man, feels good to be a GameStop investor. I'll never get over it, bro. I'll never get over it. Feels good. Every time I analyze any other company, I'm like, there's a reason. There's a reason why I'm YOLO'd all in. It's not just a random thing. Not just a random thing. Sus is sus. All these clapped out stocks. Is it a bear market? No. Indexes wouldn't be at basically all-time highs if it was a bear market. Individual stocks going down doesn't really matter. Just goes to show that they're overvalued. Like, that's all it shows. Once the indexes start selling off, sure. But no. Bear market is not even a topic, honestly. It might be a topic on Reddit, but those people have no clue what they're talking about. The Dow literally hit a new the Dow probably hit all-time highs again today. The market can't be bearish when the indexes are hitting all-time highs. It's literally impossible. Literally impossible. Still got 30 minutes till the call starts. Oh wait, 15 minutes. It says 15 minutes. But on here it says it starts 5 p.m. Eastern time. So I don't know. What's up, James? Zero logic, just going to. All right. Fair enough. At least you're honest. At least you're honest. There's a lot of people that would probably think that's a good idea. Any news after hours here? Buckaroo based. This is kind of funny. They kind of ruined it with the arrows. Persistent rash. Persistent Rosh? Is that it? Is that Persistent Rosh, bro? I think that's Persistent Rosh. They're shouting out our boy there. It's the Persistent Rosh. Continues buying. What does this say? Oh, power pack. Huh. It would be cool to watch. It would be cool to watch that. But I don't want to. I don't want to reactivate my Twitter, bro. I really don't. They deleted it. Oh, okay, good. Good. I don't want to reactivate Twitter for that. I mean, we are gonna miss the next Larry Chang stream, but the last Larry Chang stream was pretty garbage, if I'm just being honest. He basically just like promoted a terrible business that he's investing in. It's a lot funner when there's like hundreds of people in the chat and you see all those weird opinions about stocks. It's a lot more informative. A lot more informative. I was laughing hard. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Kind of sucks that I missed that post, but it's okay. At this point, I'm not too worried about it. What's Chewy at? Chewy's still at like 28. Wow, Chewy's getting clapped. That's crazy. Chewy's locked at 4:20 p.m. Eastern time. That's so weird. Why is it locked? Chewy's locked, bro. It's locked at 4:20 p.m. That's so odd. That's pretty odd. I wonder what Chewy's chart looks like. I haven't looked at that in a while. Kind of bottoming out here, potentially. Technically, that's a retrace of the breakout in a lot of ways. Yeah, there's been a lot of support on the stock at this price level for the past while, pretty much since it squoze. All right, Vlad. Hurry up, Vlad. Let's get this show on the road. Good thing I started the stream a little later today, because we ran out of things to talk about pretty quick. Quiet news day. Yeah, it's been a quiet. News has been quiet like the past couple weeks. It's kind of weird. Nothing happens. Time passes by. Damn right. Damn straight. I wonder if the video. I wonder if someone posted the video in the comment section by chance. I'm gonna assume no. My request has been blocked. Eat my ass. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to find the video. Rip. Rip. Why does it keep doing that? Yeah. It's probably on Twitter. It's probably on Twitter. I hate Twitter though. I absolutely hate Twitter. I'll be right back. I'm back. My nose is so runny today. I don't know why. It's still up. They deleted a previous version. Well, unless it gets posted on Reddit, I'm not gonna view it. I refuse. I refuse to reactivate Twitter. I think even if like Roaring Kitty came back, I still wouldn't reactivate it. I'm so sick of that website. Oh my god, so tired. Hurry up, Vlad. Taking forever, man. Taking forever, man. Release the files. They already released the files. They just need to get up on this video here and start repeating all the things I already read. Wait, Green Day was the opening of the Super Bowl? That's wild. I didn't even know Green Day was still a thing. I wanna be the minority. I don't need your authority. Said it was gonna start. I guess we gotta wait another 15 minutes. I guess Robinhood's not that popular though. There's only like a few hundred people waiting for this call. Like the Tesla one, there was like a few thousand people. Just goes to show like investing and trading isn't really like a popular activity. Bro, Robinhood subscriber is 66,600. Their subscribers are literally 66,600. It says 66.6K. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro. That's actually insane. What's that? What's that old saying? The devil's in the details or something like that. The devil's in the details. Dude, I am so cooked today. I cannot stop yawning, bro. Wonder why they called it Robinhood. Elvis would suggest push-ups. I already did chest today, though. I already did chest today. That's a good suggestion, but I'm already cooked. I did a decent amount of sets, too. I think I did like 6 or 7 sets of hammer strength, inclined hammer strength. And then I did a few like 2 or 3 sets of like flies, like bent over flies, kind of. So about like 10, 11 sets. That's more than I usually do. Usually I only do like 8. Making some steaks in anticipation for this earnings call. Damn, I want a steak, bro. That sounds good. I had a Philly cheese before I started the stream. Maybe that's why my nose is so runny. I feel like anytime I eat like normal bread, my nose is just like running. Oh, I better unmute. Don't forget to unmute. Hurry up, Vlad. Taking forever, bro. Still got 10 minutes. What do we do for 10 minutes? I guess we can look at CNBC. See. Ford reports worst quarterly earnings miss in 4 years. Guys for Better 2026. Estee Lauder sues Walmart alleging despicable sale of counterfeit beauty products. Let's see. What is this? Housing affordability package set to advance in Congress? What's that? Approved a package of bills aimed at increasing housing affordability by giving builders and local governments incentives to boost construction, by reducing regulations around home construction. Legislation gained strong bipartisan, the House voting 390 to 9 in favor. Similar Senate counterpart passed last year, also with bipartisan votes. Trump focus on housing affordability means the measure is momentum to become law before the end of the year. Nothing more personal to Americans than their opportunity to have a home. When we ask people what the central in their goals in life, mom and dad are working 55 hours a week and overtime, all these other things. The idea is, how do we get a house? Is that the central? I don't know. Maybe it's because I already own a house, but I don't know if that's like I don't know. If I didn't own a house, I don't think that would be like one of my goals. I really don't. Maybe though, maybe it'd be different. But I get what they're saying. I get what they're saying. Like it's majority of people, but I still don't really fully understand that. Like you could either buy a house or put like 200 racks on GameStop and potentially become a multimillionaire. I don't think your house is going to make you a multimillionaire ever. If not, if anything, your house is only going to make you kind of stuck where you are. I don't know, highly debatable, highly debatable. And highly debatable whether GameStop actually works out or not, but still, if I had the opportunity to buy a $500,000 house or just put the money in like stocks, I'd probably choose stocks, realistically. But maybe that's just me. Let's see. Bill includes numerous provisions, including cutting housing and environmental regulations around constructing homes. Local communities could get grants to make it easier for builders by offering pre-reviewed housing designs, streamlining construction or housing. Department of Housing and Urban Development would also develop best practices for zoning guidelines. Modular housing. Definitions around manufactured modular housing would be updated to encourage more factory-built homes, which can be constructed in a fraction of the time compared to a more traditional house building method. Ooh, that would actually be sick if they started doing that. That would make your average house more valuable. Community banks would also get a boost through the bill. One change would allow banks to take more custodial and reciprocal deposits, which could help banks provide more mortgages for potential homeowners. Other changes make it easier to start new banks and change how the FIDIC looks at banking mergers. Damn, I should start a bank, chat. I should start a bank, bro. Oh, you're out, Moose. Much love, bro. Appreciate you supporting the stream. Have a good rest of your day, bro. Later, Moose. Senate bill doesn't include many of the provisions on community banks and would create more programs compared to the House bill. Senate passed its package last year as part of a larger defense measure, but the bill got significant bipartisan support as a standalone measure, including the backing of both Senate Banking and Housing and Urban Affairs chairs Tim Scott. Bills have received an unusually high degree of bipartisan support. The Senate bill was advanced unanimously out of committee with 24 senators supporting it. House panel advanced its bill 50-1 in December. Maxine Waters supported the bill, warned that legislation wouldn't be effective if housing programs remain underfunded. Policy reforms alone are not enough. These programs must be funded if they're going to work. Getting a housing bill across the finish line is a shared goal between him and Scott Hill. He'll work with the Senate to see where they have common ground and get a consensus on a bill they can get to Trump's desk. Optimistic on getting passage this year. We're at a juncture to get something big done. Everyone wants to participate. This isn't like we're pushing an agenda, trying to talk people into something. House has ideas, Senate has ideas, and the White House has ideas. One thing not in the bill, formalizing Trump's proposed ban on large investors buying homes. Hill noted other lawmakers have introduced bills building on Trump's idea and said it could happen if there's no consensus in the Senate and House. Okay. Not very exciting. If they started building more like modular homes and stuff, that would be pretty beneficial. Alright, this earnings call should be starting any minute now. Just taking forever. I think I'd buy land and get a tiny house if I bought anything. That'd be sick. I mean, buying like land with like a cabin on it already would be dope. But yeah, getting some land for it with a tiny house would be cool. I mean, I think buying a house is still potentially relevant. It's just expensive, man. It's just expensive. But there are states where it's a little more affordable. Like, fuck, if you're trying to buy a house where I live, good luck, man. Even like shitty houses are like $300,000-$400,000 or more. It's crazy. It's crazy out here. But you can get like decent deals on like land with like cabins. I've seen some sick ones, man. I've seen some sick ones. I mean, now is probably not the time to be looking at this, but I mean, that's in Kanab. That's expensive. Some of them are expensive, but I've seen some good deals on them. They're a little less nice. Like, these ones are basically houses. Like, this thing's really nice for oh, not a lot of acreage though. What is this? 200 grand at Whoa, what? This is sick. 10 acres and a brand new house basically for 200 grand. Bro, that thing looks like a steal. That looks like a steal, bro. That looks like a fucking steal right there. I wonder what's up with that. There's got to be something. There's no way. Like an HOA that they're hiding, or taxes are really high, or something. Like, that thing looks like a steal. There's got to be something wrong with it though. You don't see something like that like ever. All right. Robinhood should be starting any minute now. Oh, is it on? No. Still waiting. There's literally nobody here for this stream, but whatever. We'll listen to it anyway, I suppose. Am I blocked? No, you're not. You're not blocked. What's up, AA Round? How you doing, bro? None of my messages came through. Oh, I don't know. YouTube blocks messages sometimes, and I can't see the messages that get blocked because I'm not a mod. Moose can see them, but Moose left. They did like an update a couple years ago or something.
2025 earnings call. Whether you're tuning into the live stream or here with us in person.
Enjoy.
With us today are Chairman and CEO Vlad Tenev, CFO Shiv Verma, and VP of Corporate Finance and Investor Relations Chris Cagle. Vlad and Shiv will offer opening remarks and then open the call to Q&A. During the Q&A portion of the call, we will answer questions from the audience, which includes institutional research analysts, finance content creators who may hold an ownership position in Robinhood, and both institutional and retail shareholders. As a reminder, today's call will contain forward-looking statements. Actual results could differ materially from our current expectations, and we may not provide updates unless legally required. Potential risk factors that could cause differences, including regulatory developments that we continue to monitor, are described in the press release we issued today, the earnings presentation, and our SEC filings, all of which can be found at investors.robinhood.com. Today's discussion will also include non-GAAP financial measures. Reconciliations to the GAAP measures we consider most directly comparable can be found in the earnings presentation. With that, please welcome Vlad and Shiv.
Well, hello, everyone. It's great to speak with you today. We're back with a live audience, this time from our global headquarters in Menlo Park. And for the first time with Shiv as CFO, following in Jason's big footsteps. Welcome, Shiv.
Thank you.
Great to see all the shareholders and institutional analysts in the audience. So let's get right into it, shall we? So as a reminder, we're focused on our three-part strategy. Number one in active traders, number one in wallet share for the next generation, and our long-term arc, number one global financial ecosystem. Looking back on 2025, it was an incredible year of incredible product velocity across all three of our arcs. First, active traders. We want active traders to feel like they're at a disadvantage trading anywhere but Robinhood. It's a big priority for us, and we're seeing big results. In Q4, prediction markets volumes doubled, more than doubled yet again, with over 12 billion contracts traded in 2025, which was the first full year of prediction markets. Customers have already traded over 4 billion so far in 2026, so we're seeing the momentum continue. We also expanded our equities offering with the launch of shorting. We love giving our customers more tools to navigate the markets, and we see them responding. Over 11 billion of equity notional volume in the first couple of months since shorting went out. Second, wallet share. We continue to make progress building out our financial super app and becoming our customers' primary and secondary financial account. So a lot of attention typically goes to our active trading offerings, and it should, but we've also been making a ton of progress broadening our offering and attracting more long-term investing to the platform. Over 40% of our total assets are now across ETFs, advisory, retirement, and cash. So it's great to see customers trusting us with more of their financial lives. Robinhood Gold Card, up over 5x in 2025 to 600,000 customers. It's reached over 10 billion in annualized spend. Customers love the product. They love the 3% rewards, but also the intuitive user experience, the metal card and the solid gold card, and capabilities like virtual and single-use cards and all the family features. As we've been rolling out the card, we built increasing confidence in the economics. So we plan to continue accelerating the rollout, more than doubling the amount of customers with gold cards this year to well over 1 million by the end of the year. Robinhood Banking. So we began the rollout of Robinhood Banking in the past few months. Customers are really excited about this. We're building the kind of banking experience that was once limited to the ultra wealthy. Strong early results with our initial over 25,000 funded customers who have brought in over 400 million in balances. And perhaps the thing that gets me most excited, over 50% of our funded customers using banking have enrolled in direct deposit. So as we look at this, it makes us more confident that we're achieving product market fit with this offering. Now, third arc, global financial ecosystem, our long-term arc. We're making good early progress as we expand to different markets across the world. Bitstamp continuing to scale, volumes up 2x since we closed in June. Bitstamp product and engineering teams have been humming, so it's great to see so much progress here. We're also making progress expanding internationally, now with 750,000 customers outside the US. Just last week, we launched ISAs in the UK, which is the local tax advantage account in the UK. And this was actually the top request from our UK customers, so really excited to deliver it for them. I'm excited to watch these businesses scale as we launch in more and more new jurisdictions and we round out the product offerings. I think in a couple of years, we're going to look back and we'll really have underestimated how big our international business can be. Now, taking all of this together, our relentless product velocity has driven another strong year of results. Strong double-digit year-over-year market share gains across equities, options, crypto, and margin, which, by the way, includes positive net transfers, positive inflows from all of our major brokerage competitors for the last 8 quarters in a row, which is pretty amazing there. I think we've got a lot of headroom here. Our customers grow faster than the industry. We continue to deliver new products, new capabilities, and we're seeing our customers continuing to trust us with more and more of their financial lives. So Total platform assets grew nearly 70% year over year to 324 billion. Net deposits, a record 68 billion, which is a 35% growth rate. Gold subscribers grew nearly 60% year over year, Shiv, 4.2 million. So revenues, putting it all together, which were less than 3 billion a year ago, grew to 4.5 billion in 2025. So it's great to see that 50 plus percent revenue growth for the second straight year. So quite amazing. So before I get into our 2026 roadmap, which should be very fun, I'll turn it over to Shiv to walk through more of the business and financial results.
All right.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Vlad. So I'm excited to be here for my first earnings calls. To get started, there's 3 key takeaways I want to get across. First, 2025 was a record year for Robinhood, with strong growth and profitability. We had records across net deposits, gold subscribers, revenue, adjusted EBITDA, and EPS, just to name a few. All of this was driven by incredible product velocity and our relentless focus on efficiency. And we also finished the year strong with a record Q4. Revenues and adjusted EBITDA were both records, and 2026 is off to a good start. Now, second, our business continues to diversify. We're now up to 11 businesses with over 100 million in annualized revenue, and several more are making great progress, including Robinhood Legend, which is really close, and the Gold Card, which is on track for this year. Additionally, Trade PMR, futures, index options, and Robinhood Banking are all scaling really nicely. And third, in 2026, we plan to ramp up our product velocity even faster while delivering another year of profitable growth. There is a massive opportunity in front of us, and we see the path to compound shareholder value for years to come. All right, so let's review 2025 results, and this is all compared to last year. First, revenues were a record 4.5 billion, up 52% year over year, as Vlad said, and up over 3 times in the past 3 years. Adjusted EBITDA was also a record of 2.5 billion, and that was up 76%. And adjusted EBITDA margins were also a new high of 56%. We also delivered incremental adjusted EBITDA margins above 70% for the 3rd straight year. And at the same time, we managed our share count closely, leading to record EPS of $2.05. And our philosophy is that the denominator matters. And over time, managing the share count closely should deliver value to shareholders. So let's look at Q4, and this is all compared to last year as well. First, revenues grew 27% to a record 1.3 billion as our customers remain engaged and continue to trust Robinhood with even more of their assets. Net deposits continued to be robust with 16 billion of net deposits in Q4. That's our 8th straight quarter with over 10 billion of net deposits. And trading volumes grew to new highs across equities, options, futures, and event contracts as we continue to win market share and saw record net buying from our customers. Now, interest earning assets were also up 39%, driven by strong growth in the cash sweep program, margin, and our credit card loan book, as we continue to win larger customers and deepen relationships with existing customers. Margin in particular has been great. It's up over 100% in the past year. And Robinhood Gold, that also grew 58% to a record 4.2 million subscribers. We think Gold is the best deal in financial services, and we're going to keep adding to its value prop. And on expenses, Q4 adjusted OpEx plus SBC was 597 million, as we managed expenses to approximately 15 million below our latest outlook. All right, so let's move to 2026. As we built our annual plan, there were 3 areas that we focused on. First, we want to continue accelerating our product velocity. Customers are responding incredibly well to our new product initiatives. We're gaining market share, launching innovative products, and entering new markets. We believe shipping even more products and value to customers can deliver outsized growth for years to come. Second, we aim to deliver another year of 20% plus net deposit growth. This year, we reached nearly a third of 1 trillion in assets across the platform, and we're well on our way to exceeding $1 trillion of assets in the coming years with our rapid product velocity and the $100 trillion plus generational wealth transfer already underway. And third, we built our plan to deliver another year of profitable growth. Even as we invest for growth, much like the robust revenue growth we've seen over the past few years, we are staying lean and disciplined in the way we allocate capital and operate as a business. So to our expense outlook, for 2026, our outlook for adjusted OpEx and SBC is in a range of 2.6 to 2.725 billion. This translates to an 18% year-over-year expense growth at the midpoint, which is below the 22% growth rate we managed to in 2025 on a comparable basis. So just to give you a little bit more color on how we built the plan, the 18% expense growth is in 3 areas. First, about 5 percentage points of that growth is going into our existing businesses, net of any productivity improvements. These businesses drove the vast majority of our $1.5 billion of revenue growth in 2025, and we want to keep scaling them and gaining market share. Second, about 3 percentage points are from the full year cost effect of our 2025 acquisitions of Bitstamp and Trade PMR. Now, these expenses will also come with the full year effect on revenue growth as well. And third, about 10 percentage points, or more than half of the 18% growth, is into new and scaling businesses. This is our biggest area of investment as we continue to accelerate product velocity. Now, some of these investments include the Robinhood Gold Card, Robinhood Banking, Strategies, Prediction Markets, Cortex, Robinhood Social, Robinhood Ventures, the Robinhood Chain, tokenized real-world assets, and continuing international expansion. It's a pretty long list. And as a reminder, we underwrite all investments to strong ROIs and will stay nimble as we execute against our plan. And as I said at the outset, we'll continue to be lean and disciplined in the way we allocate and operate. So before turning it back to Vlad, I also just want to share a little bit on what we're seeing on the strong momentum into 2026. As you saw in the release, in January, equity trading volumes were up over 50% year over year, and options volumes were up 20%. We also had all-time highs in net buying, event contracts, futures, and margin. And while it's early, so far in February, the average daily trading volumes are up across all categories versus January levels. And Q1 net deposits are also off to a good start, with $7 billion plus so far in the quarter, including over $2 billion last week. So it's fantastic to see customers engaged to start the year. Putting it all together, we are incredibly excited about our plan and momentum entering 2026 as we work to drive another year of profitable growth. The team continues to ship for customers, and our financial North Star remains the same: maximize earnings per share and free cash flow per share for shareholders over time. Vlad, back to you.
Thank you, Shiv. You're starting to get a taste of what this killer next to me can do in the CFO position, so very excited. We compromised, by the way. Shiv prefers to stand, so we decided to do half the earnings call seated and half standing. All right. Just over a year ago, we shared with you our 10-year vision for Robinhood at our Investor Day in New York City. We were excited about it back then, felt it was very ambitious, but I think in hindsight, we realized we underestimated what we could do in 1 year, not to mention 10 years. So today, I'm going to tell you what we have planned for in 2026. And we're by no means complacent. This is going to be an ambitious plan. As we continue to execute, Robinhood will become increasingly synonymous with the financial service category as the financial super app. So let's get right into it, starting with what we're doing for active traders. Now, I'm not going to go into every little detail of the roadmap. I'm going to prefer to focus on areas that are particularly meaningful and maybe surprising. So, prediction markets. Fastest growing business in our history, 300 million plus run rate in its first year. I think we're just at the beginning of a prediction market super cycle that could drive trillions in annual volume over time. This year is going to be a big year. Olympics are going on right now, World Cup coming in the summer, continued growth in the non-sports categories, and of course, our Rothera, which is our JV with Susquehanna, coming online. Growth of prediction markets has also led to a greater focus on our app design and personalization. We've been adding so many new products, so many account types, lots more capabilities, that it's becoming increasingly important to personalize and continue to chisel the user interface, making sure we're putting the right things in front of the right customers. Now, many of you have already noticed the work that we've put in here in the past few months through changes to the home interface, search and discover, as well as notifications. This year, you should see this accelerate with more personalization, better cross-asset linking between equities, crypto, and prediction markets, and us continuing to experiment to ensure that our user experience remains top-notch. Then, Cortex. Two big things. Cortex Assistant in the main app, and the goal is to become the best AI for all of your financial needs. Cortex for Legend, to use an analogy, think of Cortex for Legend being to active traders what Cursor is to software engineers. We think it has the potential to completely transform trading, and we're right at the frontier there. Both are rolling out in the coming weeks and months and scaling throughout the year. Robinhood Social. So Robinhood Social will start rolling out to the first customers very soon. We're really excited about how it will drive discovery and engagement. We're going through internal testing, and we actually just added support for prediction markets into Robinhood Social, and it's looking really good. As we progress throughout the year, I think it'll be increasingly obvious that active traders are at a disadvantage using any other platform. Turning to wallet share. Now, as a reminder, this is about transitioning from serving predominantly traders to serving all of our customers' financial needs. Two big strategic moves that we're making this year that I'm particularly excited about. The first one, we're calling it family investing. Robinhood should be better for you when more of your family members are on the platform. This year, it'll really become a multi-generational platform. Now, this vision really started with the credit card, which was our first family product. It continued with banking, which is also a first-class family experience. And in 2026, you'll see us bring it to our investing products. Our referral program for advisors is also going live this year, which will connect our customers to high-quality RIAs, which are powered by Trade PMR, to help them with their comprehensive financial needs. And we believe we can be the major beneficiary of the 100 trillion plus wealth transfer. And we've got some really exciting things to unveil coming on this front at our big event next month in New York City. So stay tuned for that. Second big thing, private markets. Now, you may have heard me say opening up private markets not only can resolve one of the greatest iniquities in capital markets, but also can be a huge accelerant to our mission as well as our business. This begins with Robinhood Ventures. And Robinhood Ventures, for those of you unfamiliar, will invest in private assets that are often out of reach for retail investors. And these will be packaged in registered funds that we can offer to US retail investors. I think this will be a transformative offering. Outside of the US, our customers in Europe got a little taste last year of private company stock tokens with our OpenAI and SpaceX stock token giveaways. More to come on that front soon. And now we think private markets could become even bigger than prediction markets. And I'm really excited about what we're building here. Finally, building the #1 global financial ecosystem. So the big theme here is tokenization. And it's early in the tokenization industry, but we've built a leadership position already. We now have 2,000 stock tokens available to customers in Europe. Now, a big part of 2026 will be seizing the tokenization opportunity, which we think is massive. And this means two things very specifically. One is permissionless 24/7 tradable public company stock tokens. And two, private company stock tokens, making them actually real and useful for customers. Now, our tokenization work dovetails quite nicely with our work on DeFi, which continues to accelerate. Over this year, we'll be launching and scaling Robinhood Chain, which is our layer 2, making it the best chain to trade real-world assets. More on this coming very soon. We'll be continuing to make improvements to Robinhood Wallet, which of course will also provide a first-class experience to Robinhood Chain. And we're also going to be bringing our centralized and DeFi products closer together so that we can deliver the best of both worlds to our customers. You also see us to continue to push into new geographies with several new international markets coming later this year. So before we go to Q&A, I want to share a little more about our progress with AI. So I went in earlier about Cortex, what we're doing to bring Cortex to our customers, both on the mobile app as well as Legend. But we've also made a lot of progress using AI internally. So when we began this journey a couple years ago, it became clear to us that we should double down on two areas that we believe would move the needle the most from AI usage. And they are software engineering and customer support. AI customer support is really cranking. Now, over 75% of our cases are solved by AI, including the complex cases that previously required licensed brokerage professionals. And we've built a lot of this tech in-house. Now, AI and software engineering, this is an area where our goal is to be the best in the world. We've been focusing on making it as easy as possible for our engineers to get access to new model releases and new capabilities like background agents. We're continuing to see nice results. This year, we're continuing to automate and optimize the entire engineering pipeline, from writing code down to code review, all the way to deployment and testing. And this is already turning into real savings and efficiency gains, estimated at 9 figures in 2025 alone. And this is a big reason why we've been able to drive such high product velocity while keeping our costs down. And 2026 is shaping up to be much bigger. So in addition to CX and engineering, I'm pushing every team at Robinhood to integrate AI into their operations, with the goal of being best in class at AI across every function. Now, finally, I think it's worth noting that I started thinking about near-term progress we wanted to make on this vision last summer, and it's meaningfully changed since. The first draft barely had prediction markets. Robinhood Ventures became a real thing, as you know, Shiv, sometime around the second draft. And of course, AI continues to make progress at an accelerating rate, with models and agents getting more capable every day. And I think this shows you that our edge is really staying flexible and nimble. Now, I've been really proud at how fast we move at Robinhood. Looking ahead, you can really expect us to keep that startup hustle despite our large size. So, roadmap is full. There's so much to do. Let's go to some questions. Welcome back up.
All right. Thank you, Vlad. Thank you, Shiv. For the Q&A session, we're going to start by answering shareholder questions from Say Technologies. After the Say questions, we'll turn to live questions from our audience. So I'll kick it off with our first question from Say, coming from Matt S.
All right. Hello, Matt.
Hey, Vlad, how are you? Shiv, nice to meet you.
Good to see you. How you doing?
Good to see you. So my question is, any additional updates on Robinhood Social?
Yeah, Robinhood Social, very, very exciting. As I mentioned, we are testing it internally. We recently added prediction markets, which I think has made it clear this is not just a tool for ideas, but also discovery of new assets. I think one of the reasons why these products have not resonated super well when other companies have tried them is the diversity of content has been relatively low. But now you look at Robinhood, we have so many customers, we have so many assets, the diversity of content is actually quite high. So I think we're building increasing confidence that this is going to be a great tool for discovery and engagement. So marching towards public launch, I think you'll see that in the coming months, but we're pretty close.
All right. Thank you, Vlad. The next question I'll read on his behalf from Rohit P., who asks, what could be the reasons for the more than 40% drop in Hood's share price, and how is leadership addressing the downslope?
Yeah, great question. Maybe I'll start. We're really focused on the inputs of our business, and we love the inputs that we're seeing. You heard from me and Shiv, last quarter and really last year was a year of continued market share gains across pretty much everything. Net deposits of 68 billion through the year, 16 billion in the quarter. which means customers are increasingly trusting us with more and more of their assets. And as I look forward to the roadmap of the year, we've got a pipeline of new things that are either in relatively early stages of rollout, such as Robinhood Banking, or have yet to roll out, like Robinhood Social, Cortex Assistant, we think could be transformative. So inputs are looking good. And, you know, I've been through this old hat now as a public company founder and CEO for, 5+ years. And, you know, we've seen a couple of cycles up and down. We think that over the long run, the business performance tends to lead stock price. So the focus is just on building for customers, making the product better.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. We're focused on our customers. The one point I'll add is we also have over $1 billion share repurchase program. And during periods of market volatility, it's a really great time to lean into that program.
Yeah.
All right.
Well said.
Thank you for that. And then the last question from Say is from Luke D, who asks, what is your guys' plan on navigating the rough seas during this crypto downturn and the end of football season? How can we see Robinhood extend its roots to not be so heavily affected by these things?
Yeah, I mean, I'll start with what we're seeing in the product. So crypto, we're moving toward a world where crypto is actually more than an asset class, and it's a foundational technology that's going to underlie the trading of all assets. And you're seeing that with our efforts with tokenization outside the US, and of course the stablecoin partnership with Paxos on USDG. So my belief is that in the future, you'll see crypto and traditional financial services increasingly merge. And of course, people will talk about and trade Bitcoin and other assets, and we continue to be long-term bullish on those. But yeah, if we play our cards right, crypto will be a tool that is going to be important in giving customers what they need, and it'll connect customers to assets that have real fundamental utility. So we're still executing upon that, and you know we're not getting distracted by short-term fluctuations in what Bitcoin or other assets are doing. Prediction markets, I think there were questions industry-wide about what would happen as the NFL season comes to a close. But what we're actually seeing is surprising us. So in January, for instance, NBA contracts surpassed NFL in trading activity on our platform. And you're also seeing relevant non-sports contracts generating significant volume. For example, in the week after the NFL season ended, the government shutdown contract on our prediction markets platform was like driving significant volume. So I think over the long run, what you're going to see is, even though it's now largely sports, prediction markets is more than sports. As we continue to diversify the contracts offered on the platform and improve the customer experience and refine it, more and more contracts will continue to resonate with our traders. And that's not to mention this year is going to be a big year for sports as well. We've got the Olympics right now. We've got the World Cup later. And that's in addition to March Madness, the NFL season, and so many more things. So yeah, I think we're just at the beginning with our prediction markets business.
Yeah, and on the business side, a couple of things I'll add. So as I mentioned before, we now have 11 lines of businesses that are doing over 100 million of ARR. So we continue to diversify there. On the crypto front, as Vlad said, we're long-term bullish, but it's important to remember, while we did close to $1 billion of crypto revenue last year, it was only 18% of our overall revenue. So we love what we're seeing, but more than 80% still comes from outside of crypto. And on prediction markets, as Vlad said, it's growing. We're diversifying across sports and non-sports and different asset classes. And while the growth rates are great, again, relative to our overall business, it's a smaller portion. So big picture, we're diversifying, we keep shipping for customers, and we love both these business lines.
All right, thank you. That concludes our shareholder questions from Say Technologies. Thank you again to Matt for joining us live. Now we'll move to Q&A from our in-person audience. So we ask that each person who's interested in asking a question, raise your hand and limit yourself to one question. Alex, would you like to ask a question?
Yeah, thank you, Alex Markgraf from KeyBank. Vlad, maybe on the prediction markets front, with the close of the JV, can you give us a sense as to what the team is working on and from a product standpoint, outside of greater list of contracts, what we might expect this year?
Yeah, so thus far, if you've been watching closely, you've really seen us refine the down funnel trading experience, particularly with sports. So we've added more tools like combos and player contracts for traders that want to go deeper. We've also started increasingly leveraging our advantages, which are we have lots of assets on the platform. We can connect things together to show you related contracts contextually in the places where they matter most. We've also completely revamped search and discovery as well as home to make them multi-asset and include prediction markets. So one thing is, how are we going to show prediction markets contextually where it's relevant to customers across all of our app surfaces? Can we show relevant ones in the stock detail pages so that, if you're considering investing in an equity, you get the whole picture of, not just the options contracts, but also the prediction markets that are connected. So I think you'll see more of that. You'll see first-time prediction markets customers, which we're seeing an increasing number of people coming to Robinhood, not because they want to trade equities or crypto, but because they've heard of our prediction markets offering. They want exposure to that. So streamlining that. So if you're a first-time prediction markets customer, we not only make it easy for you to get into the product, but also make it so that we can easily cross-sell you to things like retirement or other products. And I think that's an area where we have a unique advantage being a super app. And you mentioned Rothera. I think Rothera is particularly interesting because it gives us vertical control over the entire experience. We have control over what contracts we can list, and also greater control over the pricing and economics. And our philosophy really with all exchange partners is, I think the exchange layer is increasingly going to get commoditized over time, just as you've seen it in kind of other asset classes. And what we'd like to do is optimize for the outcome that's best for customers. So we want to make sure customers get the best price, the best economics, the best experience. And I think Rothera is a big critical part of us driving that.
Great. Thank you, Vlad. Other questions from our in-person audience? Okay. We'll now go to our Zoom queue. So for those on Zoom, please raise your hand to enter the queue. And if you'd like to remove yourself from the queue, please lower your hand. Our first question comes from Ben Budish from Barclays.
Hi, good evening. Can you all hear me okay?
Oh yeah, we hear.
Great. Well, thank you for taking the question. Maybe just following up on that last one on prediction markets. I'm curious, maybe a two-parter. Just curious, most recently, can you maybe talk about the mix between sports and non-sports? I appreciate you are quite optimistic on the outlook for non-sports over time, but most of the media would indicate that currently it's mostly sports. And along the same lines, just thinking about prediction markets, how are you thinking about incentivizing new users? It's been a successful strategy across the brokerage business, the IRA product. You definitely have some new competitors in this space that are advertising quite aggressively. So how are you thinking about that one as a way to attract people to that product? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that recently, certainly our efforts have been on making the sports experience really good, but we've also diversified quite a bit. We've diversified into lots of non-sports offerings, and we now have thousands of contracts available. And I think you'll see us continue to make the experience there better in two ways. So one is just in the same way that we've done for sports, putting custom data and information and tools around some of these contracts so that customers can understand them. Then the second thing is surfacing them when customers need them and when they're the most relevant. And we saw particular success with that with the government shutdown and related contracts. So I think we feel really good about this actually progressing towards greater diversification. I think it'll be similar to the news. You know, sports are a big part of the news. They bring people together, but there's all sorts of events that are going on a regular basis that customers care about and offer active traders trading opportunities. So I think you'll see it continue to diversify as time goes on. He asked another question, which I think was for you.
Yeah, it was how are we gaining customers and kind of activation. So a couple ways there. First, our huge advantages, as Vlad mentioned, are 27 million customers. So when we can surface things that are relevant to customers, that's a great way to onboard. The second is we're looking at new ways to activate customers. So you may have just seen we have referrals, for example. We have Learn and Earns, where if you learn about the product, you can have a customer, your friend, also join. So the team is continuing to experiment both with the top of funnel and the mid funnel to see how customers can onboard. But as Vlad mentioned, we're going to improve the product, we're going to improve the onboarding funnel, and what we're seeing thus far is really exciting.
Yeah, and to put on my Shiv hat, we're going to continue to be very ROI driven and focused on the economics with promotions and marketing activities that we continue to do. I think when we enter new assets and new products, it's less of like just blowing out marketing right away, but making sure we get the product experience right, the economics work well, and then you've seen us get gradually but steadily more aggressive on the marketing front over time.
All right.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Ben. The next question is from James Yarrow from Goldman Sachs.
Good afternoon, and thanks for taking the question. Can you hear me?
We hear you and see you. Looking good.
Excellent. Thank you. So you recently added Indonesia as a new market. I was hoping you might be able to expand a little bit on international expansion. Where do you see, or what are the best markets in which you're planning to invest? How do you compare and contrast the attractiveness of the opportunity set in those markets, and also the go-to-market strategy? And perhaps if you could just sort of maybe differentiate between Europe versus Asia.
Yeah, I mean, I think this year is going to be a big year for international expansion in the markets that we've already been live, namely UK and EU. You're going to see us continue to round out the product suite and respond to customer feedback, and also introduce new platform level capabilities that actually are more useful outside the US, but can scale to every country. So multi-currency wallets as an example there, which we recently introduced in the UK. UK recently also added stock and shares ISAs, which is the retirement wrapper there. So in that market, you're actually seeing us go deeper and start going into market-specific functionality, leveraging our technology platform. In the EU is interesting because it's a little bit different how we're thinking about it. The EU is a test case for what Robinhood could look like if it was built entirely on crypto technology, on crypto rails. So we don't have traditional stocks there, but we have stock tokens. So that's where we're really pushing hard on tokenization. And I think you should see that accelerate this year too, because admittedly, the first version of our tokenization offering didn't have significant advantages over holding traditional stocks. But once we unlock the power of DeFi, then you get 24/7 trading. You get the ability to self-custody your stock. So you're actually seeing the introduction of advantages that are very difficult to replicate using the traditional rails, and some of the disadvantages, like things that people care about, like protection and things like that, we're going to continue to remove. So I think by the end of this year, you'll get to a point where the tokenized offerings are better than the traditional offerings, which is going to be really exciting. And we're going to continue to close the gap with other offerings in the EU as well. And then turning to Southeast Asia and the rest of the world, you'll see us launching in several new markets. And with each new market, you should expect less time bringing up core features, because we've spent time working with the regulator and also building these things with international in mind. It should be much quicker to ramp up in each market than in the first few. Similar good example, We didn't launch retirement in the US until, what was it, 2022? Well, in the UK, it's much sooner to add the local retirement wrapper after launch. So you'll see that continue. So where we now 750,000 international customers. Yeah, I think you'll see that getting into the millions relatively quickly. And like I mentioned earlier, before too long, we'll be looking back and we'll say, wow, this business scaled much faster than we predicted. So we feel good.
Awesome.
That's really
All right.
helpful. Thanks a lot.
All right, thanks, James. The next question is from Dan Doloff at Mizuho.
Hey, Vlad. Hey, Shiv. Great
Dan
results.
Dolev.
Congrats.
Good to see you,
How are
man.
you? Thank you. Thanks for having me. Great results as always. There's been some news today that have hurt some of your competitors on the impact of AI. And like, I'm scratching my head. I'm thinking, isn't Robinhood sort of the best AI company out there? Why aren't these things are actually huge tailwinds for you?
Well, I think they are. So if you look at, and I think AI is going to completely transform all aspects of financial services. On the trading side, we have the bets that we're making with Cortex on Legend and also Cortex in the app. And we also think, and by the way, Cortex Assistant, which is the AI assistant that's integrated into Robinhood, is rolling out in the coming weeks. So we're refining it internally, and that's like going to roll out to customers very soon. In terms of AI and advisory, two things there. I think you're going to see a lot of transformation in the industry. One side of it is going to be amazing self-serve tools, which is giving you an advisory-like experience, but where the individual user is calling the shots. The second is the workflows of an actual human advisor are going to be redefined and streamlined, and they'll be able to service more customers at dramatically lower cost. And we've got efforts underway for both. Actually, in the first one, Cortex providing advice to customers, we've started having conversations with regulators about how to bring that safely to customers. And we've got the technology to do it. Cortex has made tremendous progress. So it's just a matter of making sure that rolls out safely. And we think it has the potential to transform the wealth management industry.
Great stuff. Thank you so much. Great results.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Dan. The next question is from Steven Chubak from Wolf.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks so much for taking my questions. So you'd mentioned underwriting to strong ROIs when building your expense plan. Is there anything we should infer about the level of revenue growth that you're budgeting for when building the plan? And just how much flexibility you have in the model, given your commitment to achieving profitable growth and also significant inroads that you've made in embedding AI to drive greater efficiencies over time?
Yeah, great question. Thank you, Steve. So a couple things I'll point to. First, our mantra is still profitable growth. We are a growth company. We're going to continue to invest for growth. We're seeing great things from our customers, so we're going to keep doing it profitably. So I think you can infer that from us, that means very simply, we expect revenue to grow faster than expenses, and that's how we build our plan. In terms of the ROI, we underwrite each thing to a good ROI on a standalone basis. So if it's a new product, we look at what is the long-term IRR, what can the margins be, and now more importantly, can it scale? It used to be, hey, a $10 million business moves the needle. Now can this be a $100 million business in a few years? Those are just a couple of things we look at. Every time we do marketing, we look at both the payback periods, the incrementality, and make sure that those are also good investments. To your question on can we stay nimble? Absolutely. We're a technology company at heart. About 85 to 90% of our costs are fixed. So this gives us a lot of flexibility. But big picture, we don't want to oversteer. And so what you're going to see us is keep investing for growth. We love what we're seeing. And if anything changes, we have our hands on the wheel. But otherwise, we feel great about the plan that we built.
That's great color. Thanks for taking my question.
All right. Thanks, Stephen. The next question is from Devin Ryan at Citizens. Okay, maybe we go to the next question.
Almost there.
Yeah. All right. Patrick Moley from Piper. You're up.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We hear you.
All right, great. Thanks for taking the question. I had another one on prediction markets, but I was hoping you could put a little bit more meat on the bones around Rothera. We estimate that you could see a 45% bump in economics if customers utilize contracts that are listed on your own venue. So could you just talk about some of the puts and takes there? Why not migrate all of your prediction market volume onto this JV over time? And what are the benefits that you see in continuing to partner with other prediction market venues? Thanks.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if you have a comment on the economics, but I'll just tell you our primary North Star is how to deliver the best product experience to our customers. So we do anticipate that a significant portion of our volume will move over to Rothera, but that's not sort of our North Star. Our North Star is giving customers the best pricing, the best experience. And on the brokerage side, you've seen it with crypto. Now that we have Bitstamp, you've seen it with how we route orders on equities, that we prioritize execution quality, making sure customers get great execution. So I don't think that's going to change depending on the asset.
On the economic side, so the way it works is customers today pay 2 cents. 1 cent goes to Robinhood as the FCM, and then 1 cent goes to the exchange. When we have Rothera, we then control the full unit economics. I think your 45% number is referencing that we own 45% of the JV, Susquehanna owns 45%, and MIAX owns the other 10%. But the nice part is, as Vlad said, we'll control the full product stack, and we'll control the full monetization. So there's a lot of leverage you can do with that. You can give more value to customers. You can improve the unit economics. So we're super excited to get it online, both for the product experience, but also for the monetization as well.
And by the way, we're also going to be open to other futures commissions merchants and other counterparties connecting, and we'll be competing for that business. Not just providing an additional execution venue for our orders, but we'd like to build a compelling market for getting other firms access to our marketplace.
All right, great. Thanks for that.
All right. Thank you, Patrick. The next question is from Evan from Stock Market News.
I appreciate you guys for letting me ask the question. Congrats on the fantastic quarter, as always. I want to ask you guys a little bit more about Robinhood Social in 2026 and kind of how you guys view targets and stuff there this year. And also if you view that as like an international segment or something you're really focused on the US first. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think with this product, since it benefits so much from a dense network, and we want to make sure that the product experience works really well and is integrated nicely into the rest of Robinhood, you'll likely see us launching and scaling it in the US before international. But over time, I think you'll see it coming international as well, particularly as the translation technologies get better and better, and you can have international customers benefiting from English content in the US. So you should expect it to come into international as well, but I'd expect the first for the first period of time to be iterated on in the US.
All right. Thanks for your question, Evan. The next question is from David Smith with Truist.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello.
Institutional volumes on Bitstamp saw a nice pickup in the fourth quarter, even as retail volumes declined from the third quarter, like Robinhood app volumes. Could you comment about how you're expecting that institutional retail mix to evolve over time, given your plans for the product offerings, and any thoughts on pricing across both retail with the app and Bitstamp, as well as institutional pricing? Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I'll talk about the exchange. You can hit pricing, Shiv. Yeah, we've been really excited about the growth in Bitstamp. I think that team has been cranking, and as we've integrated we've actually seen an increase in market share, an increase in revenues and business performance, which I think is relatively rare for acquisitions. And I think what's going on there is, when we first started talking to our institutional customers, I remember I was at a lunch around the time of our CAN event, To Catch a Token, and they had some fairly basic complaints. They were like, you're dropping our packets on the exchange side. Or our biggest request for an improvement is just making sure that all of our packets are properly processed, things like that. So, low-hanging fruit on just exchange resilience, reliability, how many transactions per second the matching engine can process, has been huge. And of course, we've got plenty more of that coming. And one benefit we have to bear, which is our retail offerings, is very attractive to institutions. And we have a great recipe for bringing in the retail volume, which in turn makes it more attractive for institutions to quote and make markets on exchange. And this is before all of our efforts to bring our tokenized offerings, which of course Bitstamp will be a big part of.
On the pricing side, a couple things I'll point you to. On the retail side, one big change we made last year is we moved to smart order exchange routing, which really means we want to be competitive for all types of customers. What we had found out before is for the most competitive customers, we actually need to lower pricing. And so that's what we did, and now we have the volume tiers. And you saw a little bit of this in Q4, where there was less market volatility and the casual trader stepped away, but we saw really strong engagement from the more active traders. And because of that, they're on the higher tiers, and this pricing come down a little bit. For us, we don't goal the teams on pricing. That's an output metric. We goal them on market share, and we're continuing to win market share there. And so what we would expect is during periods of lower market volatility, you'll probably see more active traders engaged, which will bring down their overall take rate. And that's what we saw a little bit in Q4. And just to give you a little bit of color in January, to start the year, we're about 5 basis points lower relative to the average rebate rate we saw in Q4. And again, that's just due to more active traders being engaged relative to the more casual trader.
Yeah, and another thing that I didn't mention, but which we're very excited about, is the growth and scaling of our perpetual futures offerings outside the U.S. We've really continued making that product better and better, giving active traders access to better tools and more flexibility on the leverage. And we're getting really good feedback. So I think you should expect more things in the perpetual futures department this year.
All right. Thank you very much, Vlad and Shiv. The next question is from Brian Bedell with Deutsche Bank.
Great. Thanks very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Great. Maybe just back to prediction markets. Vlad and Shiv, what is your appetite for launching contracts in fundamental equities? So things like on KPIs and other earnings metrics that you could potentially link in with your equities trading business. So like an active trader experience that would also have a layer of fundamental investing as opposed to the other contracts. And then just on timing of Rothera, any info on more sort of precise timing on when you might launch that?
Yeah, sure. We're very interested in the potential to list more prediction markets around company KPIs and fundamentals, because obviously people come to Robinhood and they're one of the big draws is we think we're the best place to invest in stocks. So the more we create an ecosystem of information and products around individual stocks, I think the more useful that'll be with customers. And we have some company-related prediction markets already. You could see, for example, Tesla deliveries and things of that nature. As far as like financial KPIs, I think that's an area where we need some regulatory relief. So we're continuing to have conversations about that. But yeah, right now, like, not to get into the gory details, but some of these could fall into securities-based swaps and be under SEC. So there is some ambiguity and relief needed in order for us to list those.
And then on the Rothera piece, our goal is to get it operational. It actually just closed last week, and we're targeting by middle of this year. So stay tuned.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Back for a second shot at this. Devin Ryan from Citizens.
All right.
All right. You guys see me now?
Yes, we do.
Okay, good. Hey, Vlad. Hey, Shiv.
Hey, Devin.
Another AI question, and the question is really combining tokenization, kind of instant settlement 24/7 with AI. And I'm thinking like the future agentic AI, where it would seemingly allow for kind of exponential scaling of trading volume from here, maybe micro lending, a lot of other applications. So it'd be great to get thoughts on how you see tokenization and AI coming together. What do you think the time frame for that to happen is? And then what does that mean for Robinhood? It would seem like you guys are really well positioned, but I see it as like something that could exponentially change transaction activity. Would love to get your thoughts as well.
Yeah, I mean, what I'll tell you, one of the compelling reasons why we're interested in tokenization outside the US and actually unlocking access to DeFi for our stock tokens is that it makes it easier and more interoperable to write agents and have software that integrates with these offerings, because there is a robust ecosystem of developers that are integrating with these blockchain protocols, and actually, you could argue the integration on the blockchain side is much easier and more streamlined than the typical like API integrations with brokerages. So I think that's going to be exciting to watch. I think it's a little bit early to proclaim that like a certain chain or a certain crypto will become, the way that AI agents communicate and pay each other. But I think if that does happen to be the case with the tokenized stocks offerings, and also as we go live with our stablecoin partnership with Paxos, we'll actually be really well positioned to do well and compete for the agents business in that world.
Great, thank you.
All right, thanks, Devin. The next question is from Roy with Crossroads.
Roy.
Hey guys, good to see you. Thanks for having me. My question was on international expansion as well as Rothera, specifically as you're rolling out internationally. I'm kind of curious how you prioritize which products to initially launch, and is there a potential scenario or market where we see predictions markets being the first?
I thought you were going to ask me about that 50% direct deposit attach rate on our banking offering. You want to know about international prediction markets. Yeah, so right now prediction markets for us are US only. And I think, we're in an interesting position because, as I mentioned, in the EU, we have like crypto powered Robinhood on crypto rails, and we also have the ability to scale our traditional brokerage business outside the US. So in addition to like traditional prediction markets ex-US, there's also the possibility of rolling out on-chain versions. So that's something we're looking at. I think you should expect some movement, but we don't have anything concrete to announce there.
Thank you.
All right. The next question is from Ramsey El Assal from Cantor.
Hi, guys. Thank you for taking my question this evening. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit further on the push into private markets in terms of the asset types that will be available through your platform, and also any color on sort of timeline and or regulatory or operational hurdles you need to get through to field those products. Thanks.
Shiv has been running this product in addition to being CFO, so I'll let him speak to it.
Yeah, no, thank you. We're super excited about prediction markets. Big picture, we're in the quiet period for our first offering. Our N2 is publicly on file with the SEC,
who would have guessed?
So we can't say too much more than that. But we're really excited to get this out for customers. When you look at the vision, The goal is that any private assets that have not been traditionally offered to retail, you should be able to offer in these 40 Act registered funds. Chairman Atkins came out recently and said these are the best vehicles to offer access to retail, and so you're going to see us to continue to push there. If you look at our filing, it gives us kind of broad capabilities to do that. But in general, these funds, if you look in the market, hold all types of assets. It can be private equities, it can be real estate, it can be credit. And so as we think about them, we think about what are our customers looking for, what are they most engaged in, but over time, you should see us be able to offer all of these asset classes. So stay tuned, and we're super excited.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Shiv. The next question is from Ed Engel from Compass Point.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. How do you think about the opportunity around Trump accounts ahead of their launch this year? Have you heard anything about how these could be structured, or whether Robinhood could even play a special role here?
Unfortunately, I can't share too much of the details of what we heard, but we've been involved in this effort from the very beginning. We were part of the first summit on Trump accounts at the White House, and I've made it clear to the administration, to the president personally, that I think this is a game-changing initiative. It's really one of the few initiatives that pretty much everyone agrees on, regardless of where you lie on the political spectrum, and is very in line with our mission of making sure everyone benefits from our financial markets. So yeah, from the very beginning, we've said, if we're fortunate enough to play a role, we will give our best people to make sure that this effort goes as smoothly and it's as high quality as possible, because I think it being really high quality and being done with sort of like exceptional engineering is going to be a big part of its success. And I think the administration has done a really, really nice job with the rollout. There was a nice Trump account summit just a couple of weeks ago, and you can tell with all of the folks making contributions and donating large amounts of money that I think the future of the program is incredibly bright.
Great, thank you.
All right, thanks, Ed. The next question is from Ken Worthington from JP Morgan.
Hi, good afternoon. Nice seeing you all. Can you talk about your use of promotions and how that's evolving or expected to evolve in 2026? Is the size of the promotion budget expected to be bigger or smaller this year than last year? And as we think about 2026, does asset growth remain your focus, or are there other customer behaviors that you really want to prioritize?
Yeah, I can start with this one, Vlad. So first, on the promos, as we've said before, we really love the ROI that we're seeing, so we're going to continue to use them. One thing we're doing this year more than last year is we're making them more personalized. So the great thing about having phenomenal engineering is using AI and ML models, you can actually make it much more personalized over time, which is great for customers, but it also is a great ROI. In terms of the overall relative to last year, it was about 25% last year, and I would expect it to be roughly in that zip code for this year again, as we continue to make additional investments. Our top KPIs remain the same. It's market share for active traders, it's net deposit. In addition to growing net deposits 20% plus year over year, how do we really accelerate top of funnel growth even faster as well? And we have a lot of great ideas there. So our focus is going to remain the same, but we're going to keep investing. Vlad, anything you want to add?
The one thing that we didn't mention, or just sort of flew under the radar, is the market share growth. We've really had really strong results that have exceeded our expectations. Those of you who may be looking at the latest 606 reports probably noticed that the 606 reports show that looks like we've become #1 in options industry-wide, which
wow, what a surprise.
Business goes on.
You have a bunch of people who don't even know how to trade, trading options on your platform. No shit.
Making the experience better.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ken. The next question is from Amit at Amit is Investing.
This is the longest earnings call ever, bro. Like,
hey, Vlad and Shiv, can you guys hear me?
Yes, hello, sir. How you doing?
Okay, congrats on a great quarter. Thanks for taking my question. My question's on banking. How do you guys see this expanding this year as you begin rolling it out? And I guess where do you think the flywheel takes place as more people bring more of their assets on? I know you guys are giving a very competitive rate on the savings APY. Can you speak to a little bit more of the business fundamentals and what it can do to further expand and diversify the business as banking rolls out?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so banking has gone off to a very strong start. You've heard us say, over 400 million in assets on the platform. More than half of the people that fund end up funding with their direct deposit, which is pretty amazing attach rate so early in the product's life cycle. And we recently rolled out an increase to the rate that we offer on deposits, so 3.5% APY. I think what customers really appreciate about this offering is for customers that trust us with a significant portion of their assets. So if you have $100,000 or more across all Robinhood products, the experience on banking, the intent is for it to be flawless. So what people love is for those customers, we give you the APY, not just on savings, but also on checking. So not having to worry about moving money around to optimize the yield and having enough in checking to pay your bills, I think has been a huge pain reliever for customers, along with all the premium features like cash delivery in the markets that's gone live. Really, really positive feedback. In terms of ecosystem benefit, we always look for how to integrate our products together. And I think we've been able to do that with the banking product, even though it's actually in a separate app, which has been pretty interesting. The fact that you redeem to get the 3% cash back into brokerage has provided a very strong and durable link between the two products. And moreover, a bank account is actually the one prerequisite, well, more or less, there's other ways to fund your account, but by and large, everyone that opens up a Robinhood account has to have a pre-existing bank account for them to move money in and out of. And so by sort of like offering them that experience in-house, we can make it even more seamless with the ability to budget better, set goals, move large amounts of money between the accounts seamlessly, and allowing customers to have access to the industry-leading APY without leaving the platform and bucketing it as a savings account separately, which I think is resonating. So you should see us continue to double down on that. The integration points will be thoughtful and very, very clear. And the banking team's got some aggressive goals. We think we can grow this thing.
On the flywheel piece, it's super simple. The more net deposits you have on Robinhood, the more assets, the better your experience is. So as Vlad said, if you have the $100,000 tier, that's across all of your different assets, you get even more value. Customers bring even more assets. We continue to give them even more value. And we're seeing that across all of our products and in particular with banking. So super excited to give customers another way to trust us with their assets.
Okay, thanks for your question, Amit. The next question is from Michael Cypress from Morgan Stanley.
Dude, how is this still going?
Great, thanks for taking the question. Just wanted to ask about tokenization. If something you could update us on your partnership on the stablecoin side, how you see that ramping and contributing, what are some of the milestones here in 26? And then more broadly on the tokenization of real world assets, maybe you could speak to some of the steps you're taking, including across private markets, how you see that contributing, including in the US, to the business over the next 12, 24 months versus, say, looking out over the next 5 years? And what do you see as some of the key hurdles to adoption?
Yeah, I'll field that one, Mike. Thank you. So I think we have pretty good confidence that tokenization of private markets is going to be very powerful and highly resonant outside the US. And it would clearly work very, very well inside the US as well, pending the hurdles around accreditation and all the other things, crypto market structure. When we were running our stock token giveaway of OpenAI and SpaceX in the EU, we saw that it resonated with customers. And remember, this is just it was a giveaway. It was relatively small amounts of these companies, and they were not tradable. But even so, you could tell that there's a hunger among the retail customer base for exposure to these private companies. So a big part of this year is figuring out the path to offering a compelling product for private markets, both in the US with Robinhood Ventures and overseas through tokenization. And just making sure we work with our regulators to offer these products safely and in a form that resonates with customers. But where early signs are that if we unlock it, such a differentiated offering, there's really no other place where you can get it at scale through a reputable, trusted financial institution. So if we can unlock that, it's going to be very differentiated and draw in a lot of assets.
All right. Thank you, Mike. For our last question, last but certainly not least, Tanner from Future Investing.
Tanner.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. My question was just regarding broader capital allocation strategy for you guys for international expansion. Are you guys planning on essentially going after those licenses yourself as you enter new regions and countries, or do you want to acquire to enter and expand into new regions?
Gosh, I hate not answering Tanner's question, but it's capital allocation, so I think you have to take it.
No, we partner super closely on capital allocation. I think the main point is it'll be both. There will be some countries where we will do it organically. You saw that in the UK, you saw that in the EU. There'll be some countries where we are accelerate by going non-organically. For example, Wonderfy, our Canadian acquisition, which hasn't closed yet. And there'll be some companies where we'll do both. And so for us, we want to be able to serve customers in every single country. What we look for is what's speed to market and what's the best ROI. And then we're kind of indifferent to which way we get there.
And by the way, one of the first books Shiv recommended to me was The Outsiders. So if anyone is looking for a good book on capital allocation, that was a nice one.
The Outsiders,
isn't
that with Pony Boy?
Around this is we don't want to
Stay
get into
golden,
the
Pony
business
Boy.
of stapling platforms and doing these like massive infrastructure integration projects. I think if you've seen what has happened in the past to our big competitors, that's sort of like what has ground them to a halt. Not to say we won't continue to make acquisitions, but I think the acquisitions you've seen us make currently, it's great assets, great teams with complementary technologies that we don't already offer in-house. Example being, Bitstamp, which has gone smoothly. So I think where you get into trouble is if you just get like a duplicative stack and then you end up spending years integrating. So we're very cognizant of that. But otherwise, we're going to continue to acquire. We're going to continue to make our core platform better and internationally scalable, and we'll have both paths available to eventually serve customers in every jurisdiction.
All right. Well, that concludes the Q&A portion of our call. Before we end the call, I'd like to pass it back to Vlad or Shiv for any closing remarks.
Just want to welcome Shiv, and again, thank you for all the engagement from the entire community. Not just sell-side analysts, but also buy-side and our finance content creators. 2025 was a big year. 2026, we're definitely not getting complacent. There's so much to do. The roadmap is full, and the team is just cranking because we see a unique opportunity to become the primary beneficiary of the 100 trillion plus wealth transfer. So brick by brick, thank you for being with us on the journey.
All right. How are they hurting? They made $1.9 billion in net income and raised over $1 billion in stockholder equity. How are they hurting? Is that just your opinion, or do you have like an actual data set to prove that? Because the stock price going down isn't a proper data set. Have I learned anything? I learned that they just prey on uneducated traders, investors, whatever you want to call them, and just make a bunch of money off fees, which I already knew, so not really. It just goes to shit. Like, I think it's funny that they're the #1 in option trading, supposedly. And it makes perfect sense. You know, anyone who's trading options on Robinhood is probably a beginner. And, you know, that's what Robinhood makes money off of, is beginners. Or people who, maybe people who aren't even beginners, but they think that that next trade is going to be the big one. And they just fucking prey on fees. And the prediction markets are the next wave of preying on uneducated people with fees. It's the next big wave. It's the name of the game, fees. Fees, fees, and more fees. Give you a 3.5% APR just so you'll keep your money in the account and make a trade. And yeah, I mean, I already knew that, but it just it opened my eyes to why there's so many companies doing prediction markets and stuff, and why they're continuing to add more and more contracts. And yeah, see, Peter Dude can't even give me a real reason why he thinks the company's hurting. So yeah, this is why this is why you don't listen to anyone on the internet, because stock price going down doesn't mean a company is hurting. Go look at their financials. Potentially, it just means the stock's overvalued. So I don't know. But I'm out of here, bro. I'm long GME since 2019. That has nothing to do with what you're saying. But I'm just gonna go, bro. I'm not even gonna argue with this fucking guy. So you guys have a good one. Peace out, Muma. Peter Dude. Maybe one day you'll be able to learn something, but probably not. All right, goodbye.